Chapter 1. Whispering Behind Your Back. You're not sure what you heard first, the soft click of a door opening or the breathless whisper of a dead man. But when you turn around, Harley Quin is gone. The room is still quiet. The tea still warm. But there's no one there but you. You stood there in the dark hallway, where the light from the lamps cast long, distorted shadows on the walls. People called this house Camillo Hall, but after tonight, you weren't sure it could be called home anymore. Something inside you breaks, a spark of fear. Not because death is imminent, but because you know it's coming, and you won't be able to stop it this time. You return to the drawing room, where the guests are still laughing and talking, the wine flowing like warm blood. George, with a pensive look on his face and an unlit cigarette. Iris, her hairpin glinting like a dagger. Lucian sits by the fireplace, staring far away at the old portrait, the one Harley had stared at for so long before leaving. And Barbara, you still can't decide whether she's an angel or a murderer hidden under velvet. No one noticed Harley Quin was gone. No one asked. No one remembers. Only you, Mr. Satterthwaite, the lonely old man who lives by intuition, feel that the world is being bent by an invisible hand. You don't drink another glass of wine. Your throat is dry, but not from thirst. You just stood there, watching. Every movement was an unspoken question. Who knew? Who was hiding it? What had Harley shown you that you hadn't yet seen? Then George's eyes caught yours. A blink, a forced smile, a peaceful night. Isn't it, Mr. Satterthwaite? The sentence short, harmless, meaningless, but you hear something slip beyond the words. A hiss, a cut, as if every syllable contains an indictment. You nod, but don't answer, because, in your mind, you're replaying what Harley said or didn't say. Someone's going to die. But who? And why haven't you stopped it yet? You take a step back, leave the living room, and head toward the library. You need to be quiet. You need to review every detail: who was where, who said what, who has no alibi. And you need to do it before the first corpse appears, because, you know, it won't wait much longer. Chapter 2. Unseen Traces. You step into the library, the oak doors closing behind you like a verdict. Inside, the firelight dances across the wall of books, illuminating the faces on the covers of old detective novels, fictional cases that suddenly no longer seem fictional. You don't read books. You are hunting for memories. No. Harley Quin left something behind, not a thing, but a feeling, a rift in space, an unfinished question. You remember his eyes lingering on the ancient map in the corner, where Palenza was marked with a faded red X. Why Palenza? You move closer to the map. It's covered in dust, but there's one spot that's clear. Someone has touched it recently. Your finger traces the pale blue border, stopping at the X, a small gap between the frame and the wall. With the patience of old age, you open the frame. Behind the map was a letter yellowed. No return address, no stamp, just a handwritten line. He knows the inheritance is forged. You must act before midnight. You hear something behind you. A creaking hinge. Soft footsteps. Or just your heart beating. You turn around. No one is there. But when you return to the reading table near the fireplace, you know something has changed. The glass of whiskey, which you left on the table earlier, now has a red lip print. And you don't wear lipstick. You put the letter in your pocket and quickly walked out. In your mind, everything was lining up like a chessboard. Harley Quin warned. Someone in this house knew the secret. Someone had forged the inheritance. Someone willing to kill to keep it. The only question remaining, who is it? You turn towards the living room. Barbara was laughing loudly at Lucien, as if nothing was wrong in the world. George was lighting a new cigarette, but his hand was shaking slightly. Iris, she's not there anymore. You feel your stomach tighten. The name on the letter you don't have yet, but you have time just until midnight. You look at your watch. The hour hand has just passed 11. The pendulum clock began to ring. Every word, every step, closer to the point of no return. Chapter 3. Death in this preface. You push open the door to the banquet hall. The scent of perfume and sherry lingers in the air like a lingering memory. But the room is strangely quiet. Too quiet. Iris wasn't there. And the only sound was the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Tick by tick, counting down. You walk past the piano, your fingers absent-mindedly running over the keys where small fingerprints are still imprinted in the thin layer of dust. Someone has played it recently. Then you see the glass door leading to the garden wide open, the curtains fluttering in the cold wind. You step out into the backyard, and you see her, Iris, lying on the tiled floor, eyes wide open, staring into space above, as if seeing something indescribable. Blood, a crimson streak, ran from her temple, curving across her cheek and blending into the white of her robe. It was terrifyingly beautiful. You kneel down. Put your hand on your neck. No pulse. No breathing. You turn away, not because of fear, but because someone is looking at you. You look up. Barbara, stand in the doorway. In her hand was a red woolen scarf and an antique pistol. She doesn't hide it. She offers it to you. As a silent offer. Not me, she said. Her voice was almost weary, as if she had finished acting out a lifelong play. You pick up the gun, heavy, recently used. You found Iris here, you asked? Barbara nodded. George told me to go find her. Said Iris knew the secret about the will, and I knew George had something to do with it. I heard them arguing. You look back at Iris's body. There is a folded piece of paper in her hand. You pull it out. The hastily written, smudged ink. The one who wears the Harlequin mask knows the truth. You feel a chill run down your spine. Harley Quin. The name is more than just a symbol. You remember the chessboard. You. Barbara. George. Which one of you is the white piece? Which one is black? You don't have much time left. The clock strikes 11:45. You have exactly 15 minutes before the night ends. And when the night ends, someone won't live to see tomorrow. Chapter 4. Harlequin Mask. You stand for a long moment in the cold garden, the moonlight filtering through the branches like thin cuts on the ground. In your hand is still the smudged paper, a last message, a warning, or a final trap. The Harlequin masked man knows the truth. You turn to look at Barbara. She's leaning against the door frame, her hands clutching her red scarf so tightly that it would shatter if she let go. But her eyes don't waver. She's not the type to break. Do you know anyone who mentioned a Harlequin mask here, you asked? Barbara looked up. Iris said, there was a party last year. A man showed up out of nowhere, uninvited, unknown, wearing a Harlequin mask. Then he disappeared like he was never there. You frown. A joke. No. She shook her head. Iris thought it was an omen. From then on, she always said, a mask does not hide the face. It reveals the essence. You go back into the house. The light in the study is still on. On the table is an old wooden box, just opened. Inside is a set of theatrical masks drama. Tragedy, clown, and Harlequin. You pick it up. The light catches the glitter around the eyes. There are fingerprints on the inside new. You suddenly understand. Not a symbol, not a coincidence. The killer wears a mask, but not to hide, to show off. Footstep. You turn back, George. He looked at you, his eyes stopping at the mask in your hand, then sliding down to the paper you hadn't put away yet. She gave it to you, he asked, his voice low. She left it for anyone sober enough to read. You replied. George stepped forward, pulled a small object from his pocket, and threw it on the table. A button gold, engraved with the letters HQ. I don't believe in omens, George said, but sometimes the death of a beautiful woman makes things clear. You look at him. You wore a mask that night. Right, George laughed, but did not deny it. Suddenly, Barbara rushed into the room. Stop, that's not George, she shouted. You and George both turn. Barbara tosses a photo onto the table. An old photo, last year's party. The man in the photo is standing behind Iris, wearing a Harlequin mask, and his hand is on her shoulder. Not George, Iris' father, who died a year ago. Go. The air in the room seemed to freeze. George looked at the photo. His hands were shaking. Impossible, he muttered. I buried him. You get it. Every death comes twice, once physical, the other real. Chapter 5. The Last Masked Man. You choose the most dangerous way, luring him into the light with the Harlequin mask itself. The room is left as is. The mask is placed on a stand, highlighted by the chandelier. You tell Barbara and George to leave for now. The room must be returned to the same condition as the night of the incident. You sit alone. Your hand is still on the old photo, your eyes fixed on the mask. The clock reads 3 minutes to 12. The clock hand sounded like a hammer striking a verdict. Footstep, light, firm. You don't turn around. Just listen. The back door opens. A figure stands there. You see his reflection in the glass of the bookcase, and he's wearing a mask. I know, the stranger said, his voice soft and velvety. You stood up slowly. I know. Iris trusted me. She left enough clues for me to see. Strange, the masked man continued, that a beauty like her should die for such a small thing. Not a little. You said, she knows the truth about you, about how you didn't die in the accident last year, about how you were a fake, running away with the laundered assets from the Elbridge Foundation, and about the party. The man took off his mask. The face that appeared Iris' father lived longer than the rumors said. His face was not worn by the years. Instead, it was cold, as if his daughter's death was just a technical incident. She's too smart, he said, sighing. What a pity. You don't blink. And you're so arrogant. thinking that a mask is enough to hide a crime. But you forget, Iris didn't die quietly. She left behind a code in her diary, a lipstick mark on the pillow that wasn't hers, and a teeth mark on a wine glass, not hers. He stepped toward you, as if trying one last move, but the door opened. Barbara and Inspector Mallory rushed in. Flashlights were aimed at the killer. That's enough. Richard, we've heard enough. No resistance? Richard dropped his shoulders. His eyes slowly turned to the mask. Interesting. Everyone wants a mask, he whispered. But in the end, only the truth remains. The police handcuffed him. Barbara took her friend's hand. You know, she said, her voice choking. I used to think death was the worst thing. But lies really kill you from the inside. You squeeze her hand. The light fell on the Harlequin mask hanging on the rack. It doesn't sparkle anymore, just an empty mask like the soul of the one who wore it. Hawaii. Chapter 6. Manx Gold was first published in the Daily Dispatch between 28 May 1930 as a treasure hunt to promote tourism in the Isle of Man. Old Harlequin lived up on the Brew, where Furby slopes down to the wold. His croft was all golden with cushag and furs. His daughter was fair to behold. O Father, they say you've plenty of store, but hidden all out of the way. No gold can I see, but its glint on the gorse. Then what have you done with it? Pray, my gold is locked up in a coffer of oak, which I dropped in the tide and it sank, and there it lies, fixed like an anchor of hope, all bright and as safe as the bank. I like that song, I said appreciatively, as Fenella finished. You should do, said Fenella. It's about our ancestor, yours and mine, Uncle Miles's grandfather. He made a fortune out of smuggling and hid it somewhere, and no one ever knew where. Ancestry is Fenella's strong point. She takes an interest in all her forebears. My tendencies are strictly modern. The difficult present and the uncertain future absorb all my energy. But I like hearing Fenella singing old Manx ballads. Fenella is very charming. She is my first cousin, and also, from time to time, my fiancée. In moods of financial optimism, we are engaged. When a corresponding wave of pessimism sweeps over us, and we realize that we shall not be able to marry for at least 10 years, we break it off. Didn't anyone ever try to find the treasure, I inquired? Of course, but they never did. Perhaps they didn't look scientifically. Uncle Miles had a jolly good try, said Fenella. He said anyone with intelligence ought to be able to solve a little problem like that. That sounded to me very like our Uncle Miles, a cranky and eccentric old gentleman who lived in the Isle of Man and who was much given to didactic pronouncements. It was at that moment that the post came, and the letter, "Good heavens," cried Fenella, "talk of the devil. I mean, Angel's Uncle Miles is dead." Both she and I had only seen our eccentric relative on 2 occasions, so we could neither of us pretend to a very deep grief. The letter was from a firm of lawyers in Douglas, and it informed us that under the will of Mr. Miles Harlequin, deceased, Fenella and I were joint inheritors of his estate, which consisted of a house near Douglas and an infinitesimal income. Enclosed was a sealed envelope, which Mr. Harlequin had directed should be forwarded to Fenella at his death. This letter we opened and read its surprising contents. I reproduce it in full, since it was a truly characteristic document. My dear Fenella and Juan, for I take it that where one of you is, the other will not be far away, or so gossip has whispered. You may remember having heard me say that anyone displaying a little intelligence could easily find the treasure concealed by my amiable scoundrel of a grandfather. I displayed that intelligence, and my reward was 4 chests of solid gold, quite like a fairy story, is it not? Of living relations, I have only 4. You too. My nephew, Ewan Corjag, whom I have always heard is a thoroughly bad lot, and a cousin, a Dr. Fail, of whom I have heard very little, and that little not always good. My estate proper I am leaving to you and Fenella, but I feel a certain obligation laid upon me with regard to this treasure which has fallen to my lot solely through my own ingenuity. My amiable ancestor would not, I feel, be satisfied for me to pass it on tamely by inheritance. So I, in my turn, have devised a little problem. There are still 4 chests of treasure, though in a more modern form than gold, ingots or coins, and there are to be 4 competitors, my 4 living relations. It would be fairest to assign 1 chest to each but the world. My children is not fair. The race is to the swiftest, and often to the most unscrupulous. Who am I to go against nature? You must pit your wits against the other 2. There will be, I fear, very little chance for you. Goodness and innocence are seldom rewarded in this world. So strongly do I feel this that I have deliberately cheated unfairness again. You notice, this letter goes to you 24 hours in advance of the letters to the other 2. Thus you will have a very good chance of securing the first treasure 24 hours start. If you have any brains at all, ought to be sufficient. The clues for finding this treasure are to be found at my house in Douglas. The clues for the second treasure will not be released till the first treasure is found. In the second and succeeding cases, therefore, you will all start even. You have my good wishes for success, and nothing would please me better than for you to acquire all 4 chests. But for the reasons which I have already stated, I think that most unlikely. Remember that no scruples will stand in dear Ewan's way. Do not make the mistake of trusting him in any respect. As to Dr. Richard Fail, I know little about him, but he is, I fancy, a dark horse. Good luck to you both, but with little hopes of your success. Your affectionate uncle, Miles Milcarane. As we reached the signature, Fenella made a leap from my side. What is it? I cried. Fenella was rapidly turning the pages of an ABC. We must get to the Isle of Man as soon as possible. She cried, how dare he say we were good and innocent and stupid? I'll show him Juan. We're going to find all 4 of these chests and get married and live happily ever afterwards, with Rolls Royces and footmen and marble baths. But we must get to the Isle of Man at once. It was 24 hours later. We had arrived in Douglas, interviewed the lawyers, and were now at Mawhold House facing Mrs. Skillicorn, our late uncle's housekeeper, a somewhat formidable woman who nevertheless relented a little before Fenella's eagerness. Queer ways he had, she said, liked to set everyone puzzling and contriving. But the clues, cried Fenella, the clues deliberately. as she did everything. Mrs. Skillicorn left the room. She returned after an absence of some minutes and held out a folded piece of paper. We unfolded it eagerly. It contained a doggerel rhyme in my uncle's crabbed handwriting. 4 points of the compass, so there be S and W, N and E. East winds are bad for man and beast. Go south and west and north, not east. Oh, said Fenella. Blankly. Oh, said I, with much the same intonation. Mrs. Skillicorn smiled on us with gloomy relish. Not much sense to it. Is there? She said helpfully. I don't see how to begin, said Fenella, piteously. Beginning, I said, with a cheerfulness I did not feel, is always the difficulty. Once we get going, Mrs. Skillicorn smiled more grimly than ever. She was a depressing woman. Can't you help us? Asked Fenella, coaxingly. I know nothing about the silly business. Didn't confide in me. Your uncle didn't. I have told him to put his money in the bank. And no nonsense. I never knew what he was up to. He never went out with any chests or anything of that kind. That he didn't. You don't know when he hid the stuff, whether it was lately or long ago. Mrs. Skillicorn shook her head. Well, I said, trying to rally, there are 2 possibilities. Either the treasure is hidden here, in the actual grounds, or else it may be hidden anywhere on the island. It depends on the bulk. Of course, a sudden brainwave occurred to Fenella. You haven't noticed anything missing, she said. Among my uncle's things. I mean, why? Now. It's odd you're saying that. You have, then. As I say, it's odd you're saying that. Snuff boxes, there's at least 4 of them. I can't lay my hand on anywhere. 4 of them cried. Fenella. That must be it. We're on the track. Let's go out in the garden and look about. There's nothing there, said Mrs. Skillicorn. I'd know if there were. Your uncle couldn't have buried anything in the garden without my knowing about it. Points of the compass are mentioned. I said, the first thing we need is a map of the island. There's one on that desk, said Mrs. Skillicorn. Fenella unfolded it eagerly. Something fluttered out as she did so. I caught it. Hello, I said. This looks like a further clue. We both went over it eagerly. It appeared to be a rude kind of map. There was a cross on it, and a circle, and a pointing arrow, and directions were roughly indicated, but it was hardly illuminating. We studied it in silence. It's not very illuminating. Is it? Said Fenella. Naturally, it wants puzzling over. I said, we can't expect it to leap to the eye. Mrs. Skillicorn interrupted with a suggestion of supper, to which we agreed thankfully. And could we have some coffee? Said Fenella. Lots of it very black. Mrs. Skillicorn provided us with an excellent meal, and at its conclusion, a large jug of coffee made its appearance. And now, said Fenella, we must get down to it. The first thing, I said, is direction. This seems to point clearly to the northeast of the island. It seems so. Let's look at the map. We studied the map attentively. It all depends on how you take the thing, said Fenella. Does the cross represent the treasure, or is it something like a church? There really ought to be rules that would make it too easy. I suppose it would. Why are there little lines one side of the circle and not the other? I don't know. Are there any more maps anywhere? We were sitting in the library. There were several excellent maps. There were also various guidebooks descriptive of the island. There was a book on folklore. There was a book on the history of the island. We read them all. And at last, we formed a possible theory. It does seem to fit, said Fenella at last. I mean, the two together is a likely conjunction, which doesn't seem to occur anywhere else. It's worth trying. Anyhow, I said, I don't think we can do anything more tonight. Tomorrow, first thing, we'll hire a car and go off and try our luck. It's tomorrow now, said Fenella. 2:30, just fancy early morning saw us on the road. We had hired a car for a week, arranging to drive it ourselves. Fenella's spirits rose as we sped along the excellent road, mile after mile. If only it wasn't for the other two. What fun this would be, she said. This is where the Derby was originally run, wasn't it? Before it was changed to Epsom? How queer that is to think of. I drew her attention to a farmhouse. That must be where there is said to be a secret passage running under the sea to that island. What fun! I love secret passages, don't you? Oh, Juan, we're getting quite near now. I'm terribly excited. If we should be right, 5 minutes later we abandoned the car. Everything's in the right position, said Fenella, tremulously. We walked on. 6 of them. That's right. Now between these two, have you got the compass? 5 minutes later, we were standing facing each other. An incredulous joy on our faces, and on my outstretched palm lay an antique snuff box. We had been successful. On our return to Mawhold House, Mrs. Skillicorn met us with the information that 2 gentlemen had arrived. One had departed again, but the other was in the library. A tall, fair man, with a florid face, rose smilingly from an armchair as we entered the room. Mr. Farricker and Miss My Lecurin, delighted to meet you. I am your distant cousin, Dr. Fail. Amusing game all this, isn't it? Yes. His manner was urbane and pleasant, but I took an immediate dislike to him. I felt that in some way the man was dangerous. His pleasant manner was, somehow, too pleasant, and his eyes never met yours fairly. I'm afraid we've got bad news for you. I said, Miss Milesharan and myself have already discovered the first treasure. He took it very well. Too bad, too bad. Posts from here must be odd. Barford and I started at once. We did not dare to confess the perfidy of Uncle Miles. Anyway, we shall all start fair for the second round, said Fenella. Splendid. What about getting down to the clues right away? Your excellent Mrs. Skillicorn holds them, I believe. That wouldn't be fair to Mr. Corjog, said Fenella. Quickly, we must wait for him. True, I had forgotten. We must get in touch with him as quickly as possible. I will see to that. You two must be tired out and want to rest. Thereupon, he took his departure. You and Corjag must have been unexpectedly difficult to find, for it was not till nearly 11 o'clock that night that Dr. Fail rang up. He suggested that he and Ewan should come over to Mawhold House at 10 o'clock the following morning. When Mrs. Skillicorn could hand us out the clues, that will do splendidly, said Fenella. 10 o'clock tomorrow. We retired to bed tired but happy. The following morning, we were aroused by Mrs. Skillicorn, completely shaken out of her usual pessimistic calm. Whatever do you think she panted? The house has been broken into. Burglars, I exclaimed, incredulously. Has anything been taken? Not a thing. And that's the odd part of it. No doubt they were after the silver, but the door being locked on the outside, they couldn't get any further. Fenella and I accompanied her to the scene of the outrage, which happened to be in her own sitting room. The window there had undeniably been forced, yet nothing seemed to have been taken. It was all rather curious. I don't see what they can have been looking for, said Fenella. It's not as though there were a treasure chest hidden in the house. I agreed facetiously. Suddenly, an idea flashed into my mind. I turned to Mrs. Skillicorn. The clues you were to give us this morning. Why, to be sure, they're in that top drawer. She went across to it. Why, I do declare. There's nothing here. They're gone, not burglars, I said. Our esteemed relations. And I remember Uncle Miles's warning on the subject of unscrupulous dealing. Clearly, he had known what he was talking about. A dirty trick. Hush, said Fenella. Suddenly, holding up a finger, what was that? The sound she had caught came plainly to our ears. It was a groan, and it came from outside. We went to the window and leaned out. There was a shrubbery growing against this side of the house, and we could see nothing, but the groan came again. And we could see that the bushes seemed to have been disturbed and trampled. We hurried down and out round the house. The first thing we found was a fallen ladder, showing how the thieves had reached the window. A few steps further brought us to where a man was lying. He was a youngish man, dark, and he was evidently badly injured, for his head was lying in a pool of blood. I knelt down beside him. We must get a doctor at once. I'm afraid he's dying. The gardener was sent off hurriedly. I slipped my hand into his breast pocket and brought out a pocketbook. On it were the initials E.C. Ewan Coryag, said Fenella. The man's eyes opened. He said, faintly fell from ladder, then lost consciousness again. Close by his head was a large jagged stone stained with blood. It's clear enough, I said. The ladder slipped, and he fell, striking his head on this stone. I'm afraid it's done for him. Poor fellow. So you think that was it? Said Fenella, in an odd tone of voice. But at that moment, the doctor arrived. He held out little hope of recovery. Ewan Coryag was moved into the house, and a nurse was sent for to take charge of him. Nothing could be done, and he would die a couple of hours later. We had been sent for, and were standing by his bed, his eyes open and flickered. We are your cousins, Juan and Fenella, I said. Is there anything we can do? He made a faint negative motion of the head. A whisper came from his lips. I bent to catch it. Do you want the clue? I'm done. Don't let fail do you down. Yes, said Fenella. Tell me. Something like a grin came over his face. Do you ken, he began. Then suddenly, his head fell over sideways, and he died. I don't like it, said Fenella. Suddenly, what don't you like? Listen, Juan. Ewan stole those clues, he admits, falling from the ladder. Then where are they? We've seen all the contents of his pockets. There were 3 sealed envelopes. So Mrs. Skillicorn says, those sealed envelopes aren't there. What do you think? Then I think there was someone else there. Someone who jerked away the ladder so that he fell. And that stone, he never fell on it. It was brought from some distance away. I found the mark. He was deliberately bashed on the head with it. But Fenella, that's murder. Yes, said Fenella, very white. It's murder. Remember, Dr. Fail never turned up at 10 o'clock this morning. Where is he? You think he's the murderer? Yes. You know this treasure. It's a lot of money, Juan, and we've no idea where to look for him. I said, a pity Koryog couldn't have finished what he was going to say. There's one thing might help. This was in his hand. She handed me a torn snapshot. Suppose it's a clue. The murderer snatched it away and never noticed he'd left a corner of it behind. If we were to find the other half, to do that, I said, we must find the second treasure. Let's look at this thing. I said. There's nothing much to go by. That seems a kind of tower in the middle of the circle, but it would be very hard to identify. Fenella nodded. Dr. Fail has the important half. He knows where to look. We've got to find that man, Juan, and watch him. Of course, we won't let him see we suspect. I wonder whereabouts in the island he is this minute. If we only knew. My mind went back to the dying man. Suddenly, I sat up excitedly. Fenella, I said. Koryag wasn't sawn. Scotch, no. Of course not. Well, then, don't you see? What he meant, no. I scribbled something on a piece of paper and tossed it to her. What's this? The name of a firm that might help us. Bellman and True. Who are they? Lawyers? No, they're more in our line private detectives. And I proceeded to explain. Dr. Fail to see you? Said Mrs. Skillicorn. We looked at each other. 24 hours had elapsed. We had returned from our quest successful for the second time. Not wishing to draw attention to ourselves, we had journeyed in the Snaefell Carabank. I wonder if he knows we saw him in the distance, murmured Fenella. It's extraordinary. If it hadn't been for the hint that photograph gave us hush. And do be careful, Juan. He must be simply furious at our having outwitted him, in spite of everything. No trace of it appeared in the doctor's manner. However, he entered the room his urbane and charming self, and I felt my faith in Fenella's theory dwindling. What a shocking tragedy, he said. Poor Koryag. I suppose he was well trying to steal a march on us. Retribution was swift. Well, we scarcely knew him. Poor fellow. You must have wondered why I didn't turn up this morning as arranged. I got a fake message Koryag's doing. I suppose it sent me off on a wild goose chase right across the island. And now, you two have romped home again. How do you do it? There was a note of really eager inquiry in his voice which did not escape me. Cousin Ewan was fortunately able to speak just before he died, said Fenella. I was watching the man, and I could swear I saw alarm leap into his eyes at her words. What's that? He said. He was just able to give us a clue as to the whereabouts of the treasure, explained Fenella. Oh, I see. I've been clean out of things, though. Curiously enough, I myself was in that part of the island. You may have seen me strolling round. We were so busy, said Fenella, apologetically. Of course, of course. You must have run across the thing more or less by accident. Lucky young people, aren't you? Well, what's the next program? Will Mrs. Skillicorn oblige us with the new clues? But it seemed that this third set of clues had been deposited with the lawyers, and we all three repaired to the lawyer's office, where the sealed envelopes were handed over to us. The contents were simple: a map with a certain area marked off on it, and a paper of directions attached. In '85, this place made history, 10 paces from the landmark to the east. Then, an equal 10 paces north. Stand there. Looking east, 2 trees are in the line of vision. One of them was sacred in this island. Draw a circle 5 feet from the Spanish chestnut and, with head bent, walk round, look well. You'll find, looks as though we were going to tread on each other's toes a bit today, commented the doctor. True to my policy of apparent friendliness, I offered him a lift in our car, which he accepted. We had lunch at Port Erin, and then started on our search. I had debated in my own mind the reason of my uncle's depositing this particular set of clues with his lawyer. Had he foreseen the possibility of a theft? And had he determined that not more than one set of clues should fall into the thief's possession? The treasure hunt this afternoon was not without its humor. The area of search was limited, and we were continually in sight of each other. We eyed each other suspiciously, each trying to determine whether the other was farther on or had had a brainwave. This is all part of Uncle Miles's plan, said Fenella. He wanted us to watch each other and go through all the agonies of thinking the other person was getting there. Come, I said, let's get down to it scientifically. We've got one definite clue to start on. In '85, this place made history. Look up the reference books we've got with us and see if we can't hunt that down. Once we get that— He's looking in that hedge, interrupted Fenella. Oh, I can't bear it. If he's got it, attend to me, I said firmly. There's really only one way to go about it. The proper way. There are so few trees on the island that it would be much simpler just to look for a chestnut tree, said Fenella. I pass over the next hour. We grew hot and despondent, and all the time we were tortured with fear that fail might be succeeding whilst we failed. I remember once reading in a detective story, I said, how a fellow stuck a paper of writing in a bath of acid and all sorts of other words came out. Do you think? But we haven't got a bath of acid? I don't think Uncle Miles could expect expert chemical knowledge, but there's common or garden heat. We slipped round the corner of a hedge, and in a minute or two, I had kindled a few twigs. I held the paper as close to the blaze as I dared. Almost at once, I was rewarded by seeing characters begin to appear at the foot of the sheet. There were just 2 words: Kirkhill Station. Read out Fenella. Just at that moment, Fail came round the corner. Whether he had heard or not, we had no means of judging. He showed nothing. But, Juan, said Fenella, when he moved away, there isn't a Kirkhill Station. She held out the map as she spoke. No, I said, examining it. But look here. And with a pencil, I drew a line on it. Of course. And somewhere on that line exactly, but I wish we knew the exact spot. It was then that my second brainwave came to me. We do? I cried, and, seizing the pencil again, I said, look. Fenella uttered a cry. How idiotic, she cried, and how marvelous. What a sell, really. Uncle Miles was a most ingenious old gentleman. The time had come for the last clue. This, the lawyer had informed us, was not in his keeping. It was to be posted to us on receipt of a postcard sent by him. He would impart no further information. Nothing arrived, however, on the morning it should have done, and Fenella and I went through agonies, believing that Fail had managed somehow to intercept our letter. The next day, however, our fears were calmed and the mystery explained when we received the following illiterate scrawl: Dear Sir or Madam, excuse delay, but have been all 6s and 7s. But I do now, as Mr. Milo Shirane asked me to, and send you the piece of writing what has been in my family many long years. The what he wanted it for, I do not know. Thanking you, I am Mary Caruish, postmark bride. I remarked, now for the piece of writing handed down in my family. Upon a rock, a sign you'll see. Oh, tell me what the point of that may be. Well, firstly, nearby, you'll find, quite suddenly, the light you seek. Then, B, a house, a cottage with a thatch and wall, a meandering lane nearby. That's all. It's very unfair to begin with a rock, said Fenella. There are rocks everywhere. How can you tell which one has the sign on it? If we could settle on the district, I said, it ought to be fairly easy to find the rock. It must have a mark on it pointing in a certain direction, and in that direction there will be something hidden which will throw light on the finding of the treasure. I think you're right, said Fenella. That's A. The new clue will give us a hint where B, the cottage, is to be found. The treasure itself is hidden down a lane alongside the cottage. But clearly, we've got to find A first. Owing to the difficulty of the initial step, Uncle Miles's last problem proved a real teaser. To Fenella falls the distinction of unraveling it, and even then she did not accomplish it for nearly a week. Now and then we had come across Fail in our search of rocky districts, but the area was a wide one. When we finally made our discovery, it was late in the evening. Too late, I said, to start off to the place indicated. Fenella disagreed. Supposing Fail finds it, too, she said, and we wait till tomorrow, and he starts off tonight. How we should kick ourselves suddenly. A marvelous idea occurred to me. Fenella, I said, do you still believe that Fail murdered Ewan Koryog? I do. Then I think that now we've got our chance to bring the crime home to him. That man makes me shiver. He's bad all through. Tell me. Advertise the fact that we found A, then start off. 10 to 1, he'll follow us. It's a lonely place, just what would suit his book. He'll come out in the open if we pretend to find the treasure. And then, I said, he'll have a little surprise. It was close on midnight. We had left the car some distance away and were creeping along by the side of a wall. Fenella had a powerful flashlight, which she was using. I myself carried a revolver. I was taking no chances. Suddenly, with a low cry, Fenella stopped. Look, Juan, she cried, we've got it. At last! For a moment, I was off my guard. Led by instinct, I whirled round, but too late. Fail stood 6 paces away, and his revolver covered us both. Good evening, he said. This trick is mine. You'll hand over that treasure. If you please. Would you like me also to hand over something else? I asked. Half a snapshot torn from a dying man's hand. You have the other half, I think. His hand wavered. What are you talking about? He growled. The truth's known, I said. You and Koryog were there together. You pulled away the ladder and crashed his head with that stone. The police are cleverer than you imagine. Dr. Fail. They know. Do they? Then, by heaven, I'll swing for 3 murders instead of 1 drop. Fenella. I screamed, and at the same minute his revolver barked loudly. We had both dropped in the heather. And before he could fire again, uniformed men sprang out from behind the wall where they had been hiding. A moment later, Fail had been handcuffed and led away. I caught Fenella in my arms. I knew I was right. She said tremulously, Darling, I cried. It was too risky. He might have shot you. But he didn't, said Fenella. And we know where the treasure is. Do we? I do. See, she scribbled a word. We'll look for it tomorrow. There can't be many hiding places there. I should say. It was just noon when Eureka said Fenella. Softly. The 4th snuff box. We've got them all. Uncle Miles would be pleased. And now, I said, we can be married and live together happily ever afterwards. We'll live in the Isle of Man, said Fenella. On Manx gold, I said, and laughed aloud for sheer happiness. Chapter 7. Within a Wall was first published in Royal Magazine. October 1925. It was Mrs. Lempriere who discovered the existence of Jane Haworth. It would be, of course. Somebody once said that Mrs. Lempriere was easily the most hated woman in London. But that, I think, is an exaggeration. She has certainly a knack of tumbling on the one thing you wish to keep quiet about. And she does it with real genius. It is always an accident. In this case, we had been having tea in Alan Everard's studio. He gave these teas occasionally, and used to stand about in corners, wearing very old clothes, rattling the coppers in his trouser pockets and looking profoundly miserable. I do not suppose anyone will dispute Everard's claim to genius at this date. His 2 most famous pictures, Color and The Connoisseur, which belong to his early period, before he became a fashionable portrait painter, were purchased by the nation last year, and for once the choice went unchallenged. But at the date of which I speak, Everard was only beginning to come into his own, and we were free to consider that we had discovered him. It was his wife who organized these parties. Everard's attitude to her was a peculiar one. That he adored her was evident, and only to be expected. Adoration was Isabel's due, but he seemed always to feel himself slightly in her debt. He assented to anything she wished, not so much through tenderness as through an unalterable conviction that she had a right to her own way. I suppose that was natural enough, too, when one comes to think of it. For Isabel, Loring had been really very celebrated. When she came out, she had been the debutante of the season. She had everything except money, beauty, position, breeding, brains. Nobody expected her to marry for love. She wasn't that kind of girl. In her 2nd season, she had 3 strings to her bow: the heir to a dukedom, a rising politician, and a South African millionaire. And then, to everyone's surprise, she married Alan Everard, a struggling young painter whom no one had ever heard of. It is a tribute to her personality, I think, that everyone went on calling her Isabel Loring. Nobody ever alluded to her as Isabel Everard. It would be, I saw Isabel Loring this morning. Yes, with her husband, young Everard, the painter fellow. People said Isabel had done for herself. It would, I think, have done for most men to be known as Isabel Loring's husband. But Everard was different. Isabel's talent for success hadn't failed her after all. Alan Everard painted color. I suppose everyone knows the picture, a stretch of road with a trench dug down it. The turned earth, reddish in color, a shining length of brown glazed drainpipe, and the huge navvy. Resting for a minute on his spade, a Herculean figure in stained corduroys with a scarlet neckerchief. His eyes look out at you from the canvas, without intelligence, without hope, but with a dumb, unconscious pleading. The eyes of a magnificent brute beast. It is a flaming thing, a symphony of orange and red. A lot has been written about its symbolism, about what it is meant to express. Alan Everard himself says he didn't mean it to express anything. He said, nauseated by having had to look at a lot of pictures of Venetian sunsets, and a sudden longing for a riot of purely English color assailed him. After that, Everard gave the world that epic painting of a public house romance, the black street with rain falling the half-open door, the lights and shining glasses, the little foxy-faced man passing through the doorway, small, mean, insignificant, with lips parted and eyes eager, passing in to forget. On the strength of these two pictures, Everard was acclaimed as a painter of working men. He had his niche, but he refused to stay in it. His third and most brilliant work, a full-length portrait of Sir Rufus Hirschman. The famous scientist is painted against a background of retorts and crucibles and laboratory shelves. The whole has what may be called a cubist effect, but the lines of perspective run strangely. And now, he had completed his fourth work, a portrait of his wife. We had been invited to see and criticize. Everard himself scowled and looked out of the window. Isabel Loring moved amongst the guests, talking technique with unerring accuracy. We made comments. We had to. We praised the painting of the pink satin. The treatment of that, we said, was really marvelous. Nobody had painted satin in quite that way before. Mrs. Lempriere, who is one of the most intelligent art critics I know, took me aside almost at once. Georgie, she said, what has he done to himself? The thing's dead. It's smooth. It's damnable. Portrait of a lady in pink satin, I suggested. Exactly. And yet the technique's perfect, and the care. There's enough work there for 16 pictures. Too much work, I suggested. Perhaps that's it. If there ever was anything there. He's killed it. An extremely beautiful woman in a pink satin dress. Why not a colored photograph? Why not? I agreed. Do you suppose he knows? Don't you see the man's on edge? It comes, I dare say, of mixing up sentiment and business. He's put his whole soul into painting Isabel, because she is Isabel, and in sparing her, he's lost her. He's been too kind. You've got to destroy the flesh before you can get at the soul sometimes. I nodded reflectively. Sir Rufus Hirschman had not been flattered physically, but Everard had succeeded in putting on the canvas a personality that was unforgettable. And Isabel's got such a very forceful personality, continued Mrs. Lempriere. Perhaps Everard can't paint women. I said, perhaps not, said Mrs. Lempriere thoughtfully. Yes, that may be the explanation. And it was then, with her usual genius for accuracy, that she pulled out a canvas that was leaning with its face to the wall. There were about 8 of them, stacked carelessly. It was pure chance that Mrs. Lempriere selected the one she did, but as I said before, these things happen with Mrs. Lempriere. Ah, said Mrs. Lempriere as she turned it to the light. It was unfinished. A mere rough sketch. The woman, or girl she was not, I thought, more than 25 or 6, was leaning forward, her chin on her hand. 2 things struck me at once: the extraordinary vitality of the picture and the amazing cruelty of it. Everard had painted with a vindictive brush. The attitude even was a cruel one. It had brought out every awkwardness, every sharp angle, every crudity. It was a study in brown dress, brown background, brown eyes wistful, eager eyes. Eagerness was, indeed, the prevailing note of it. Mrs. Lempriere looked at it for some minutes in silence. Then she called to Everard. "Alan," she said, "come here." "Who's this Everard?" came over obediently. I saw the sudden flash of annoyance that he could not quite hide. "That's only a daub," he said. "I don't suppose I shall ever finish it." "Who is she?" said Mrs. Lempriere. Everard was clearly unwilling to answer, and his unwillingness was as meat and drink to Mrs. Lempriere, who always believes the worst on principle. A friend of mine, a Miss Jane Haworth. I've never met her here, said Mrs. Lempriere. She doesn't come to these shows. He paused a minute, then added, "She's Winnie's godmother." Winnie was his little daughter, aged 5. "Really," said Mrs. Lempriere. "Where does she live, Battersea?" "A flat?" "Really," said Mrs. Lempriere again, and then added, "And what has she ever done to you, to me, to you, to make you so ruthless?" "Oh," that he laughed. "Well, you know, she's not a beauty. I can't make her one out of friendship, can I?" "You've done the opposite," said Mrs. Lempriere. "You've caught hold of every defect of hers and exaggerated it and twisted it. You've tried to make her ridiculous, but you haven't succeeded. My child, that portrait, if you finish it, will live." Everard looked annoyed. "It's not bad," he said lightly. "For a sketch, that is. But, of course, it's not a patch on Isabel's portrait. That's far and away the best thing I've ever done." He said the last words defiantly and aggressively. Neither of us answered. "Far and away, the best thing," he repeated. Some of the others had drawn near us. They, too, caught sight of the sketch. There were exclamations, comments. The atmosphere began to brighten up. It was in this way that I first heard of Jane Haworth. Later, I was to meet her twice. I was to hear details of her life from one of her most intimate friends. I was to learn much from Alan Everard himself. Now that they are both dead, I think it is time to contradict some of the stories Mrs. Lempriere is busily spreading abroad. Call some of my story invention, if you will. It is not far from the truth. When the guests had left, Alan Everard turned the portrait of Jane Hayworth with its face to the wall again. Isabel came down the room and stood beside him. A success. Do you think she asked thoughtfully? Or not quite a success? The portrait, he asked quickly. No. Silly. The party. Of course the portrait's a success. It's the best thing I've done, Everard declared aggressively. We're getting on, said Isabel. Lady Charmington wants you to paint her. Oh, Lord, he frowned. I'm not a fashionable portrait painter. You know, you will be. You'll get to the top of the tree. That's not the tree I want to get to the top of, but, Alan dear, that's the way to make mints of money. Who wants mints of money? Perhaps I do, she said, smiling. At once, he felt apologetic, ashamed. If she had not married him, she could have had her mints of money, and she needed it. A certain amount of luxury was her proper setting. We've not done so badly, just lately, he said wistfully. No, indeed, but the bills are coming in rather fast. Bills always bills. He walked up and down. Oh, hang it, I don't want to paint. Lady Charmington, he burst out, rather like a petulant child. Isabel smiled a little. She stood by the fire without moving. Alan stopped his restless pacing and came nearer to her. What was there in her stillness, her inertia, that drew him like a magnet? How beautiful she was. Her arms like sculptured white marble, the pure gold of her hair, her lips, red full lips. He kissed them, felt them fasten on his own. Did anything else matter? What was there in Isabel that soothed you, that took all your cares from you? She drew you into her own beautiful inertia and held you there, quiet and content. Poppy and mandragora. You drifted there, on a dark lake, asleep. I'll do Lady Charmington, he said presently. What does it matter? I shall be bored. But after all, painters must eat. There's Mr. Potts the painter, Mrs. Potts the painter's wife, and Miss Potts the painter's daughter, all needing sustenance. Absurd boy, said Isabel. Talking of our daughter, you ought to go and see Jane sometime. She was here yesterday and said she hadn't seen you for months. Jane was here, yes. To see Winnie. Alan brushed Winnie aside. Did she see the picture of you? Yes. What did she think of it? She said it was splendid. Oh. He frowned, lost in thought. Mrs. Lempriere suspects you of a guilty passion for Jane. I think, remarked Isabel. Her nose twitched a good deal. That woman said Alan, with deep disgust. That woman. What wouldn't she think? What doesn't she think? Well, I don't think, said Isabel, smiling. So go and see Jane soon. Alan looked across at her. She was sitting now on a low couch by the fire. Her face was half turned away. The smile still lingered on her lips. And at that moment, he felt bewildered, confused, as though a mist had formed round him. and suddenly parting had given him a glimpse into a strange country. Something said to him, "Why does she want you to go and see Jane? There's a reason." Because with Isabel, there was bound to be a reason. There was no impulse in Isabel, only calculation. "Do you like Jane?" he asked suddenly. "She's a dear," said Isabel. "Yeah, but do you really like her?" "Of course. She's so devoted to Winnie. By the way, she wants to carry Winnie off to the seaside next week." "You don't mind, do you? It will leave us free for Scotland. It will be extraordinarily convenient. It would, indeed, be just that, extraordinarily convenient." He looked across at Isabel with a sudden suspicion. Had she asked Jane was so easily imposed upon? Oh, Isabel got up and went out of the room, humming to herself. Oh, well, it didn't matter. Anyway, he would go and see Jane. Jane Hayworth lived at the top of a block of mansion flats overlooking Battersea Park. When Everard had climbed 4 flights of stairs and pressed the bell, he felt annoyed with Jane. Why couldn't she live somewhere more get-table? When, not having obtained an answer, he had pressed the bell 3 times. His annoyance had grown greater. Why couldn't she keep someone capable of answering the door? Suddenly it opened, and Jane herself stood in the doorway. She was flushed. "Where's Alice?" asked Everard, without any attempt at greeting. "Well, I'm afraid she's not well today." "Drunk, you mean?" said Everard grimly. What a pity that Jane was such an inveterate liar. "I suppose that's it," said Jane reluctantly. "Let me see her." He strode into the flat. Jane followed him with disarming meekness. He found the delinquent Alice in the kitchen. There was no doubt whatever as to her condition. He followed Jane into the sitting room in grim silence. "You'll have to get rid of that woman," he said. "I told you so before." "I know you did, Alan, but I can't do that." "You forget. Her husband's in prison, where he ought to be," said Everard. "How often has that woman been drunk in the 3 months you've had her?" "Not so very many times. 3 or 4, perhaps. She gets depressed. You know, 3 or 4. 9 or 10 would be nearer the mark. How does she cook rottenly? Is she the least assistance or comfort to you in this flat?" "None whatever. For God's sake, get rid of her tomorrow morning and engage a girl who is of some use." Jane looked at him unhappily. "You won't," said Everard gloomily, sinking into a big armchair. "You're such an impossibly sentimental creature. What's this I hear about your taking Winnie to the seaside? Who suggested it?" "You or Isabel?" Jane said very quickly. "I did." "Of course, Jane," said Everard. "If you would only learn to speak the truth, I should be quite fond of you. Sit down. And for goodness sake, don't tell any more lies for at least 10 minutes. "Oh, Alan," said Jane, and sat down. The painter examined her critically for a minute or two. Mrs. Lempriere, that woman had been quite right. He had been cruel in his handling of Jane. Jane was almost, if not quite, beautiful. The long lines of her body were pure Greek. It was that eager anxiety of hers to please that made her awkward. He had seized on that, exaggerated it, had sharpened the line of her slightly pointed chin, flung her body into an ugly poise. Why was it impossible for him to be 5 minutes in the room with Jane without feeling violent irritation against her rising up in him? Say what you would. Jane was a dear, but irritating. He was never soothed and at peace with her, as he was with Isabel. And yet Jane was so anxious to please, so willing to agree with all he said, but alas, so transparently unable to conceal her real feelings. He looked around the room. Typically Jane. Some lovely things, pure gems. That piece of Battersea enamel, for instance. And there next to it, an atrocity of a vase hand painted with roses. He picked the latter up. Would you be very angry, Jane, if I pitched this out of the window? Oh, Alan, you mustn't. What do you want with all this trash? You've plenty of taste if you care to use it. Mixing things up, I know. Alan, it isn't that I don't know. But people give me things. That vase, Miss Bates, brought it back from Margate, and she's so poor, and has to scrape. And it must have cost her quite a lot for her. You know. And she thought I'd be so pleased. I simply had to put it in a good place. Everard said nothing. He went on looking round the room. There were 1 or 2 etchings on the walls. There were also a number of photographs of babies. Babies, whatever their mothers may think, do not always photograph well. Any of Jane's friends who acquired babies hurried to send photographs of them to her, expecting these tokens to be cherished. Jane had duly cherished them. Who's this little horror? Asked Everard, inspecting a pudgy edition with a squint. I've not seen him before. It's a her, said Jane. Mary Carrington's new baby. Poor Mary Carrington, said Everard. I suppose you'll pretend that you like having that atrocious infant squinting at you all day. Jane's chin shot out. She's a lovely baby. Mary is a very old friend of mine. Loyal Jane, said Everard, smiling at her. So, Isabel landed you with Winnie, did she? Well, she did say you wanted to go to Scotland, and I jumped at it. You will let me have Winnie, won't you? I've been wondering if you would let her come to me for ages, but I haven't liked to ask. Oh, you can have her, but it's awfully good of you. Then that's all right, said Jane happily. Everard lit a cigarette. Isabel show you the new portrait? He asked, rather indistinctly. She did. What did you think of it? Jane's answer came quickly, too quickly. It's perfectly splendid. Absolutely splendid. Alan sprang suddenly to his feet. The hand that held the cigarette shook. Damn you, Jane, don't lie to me. But, Alan, I'm sure. It is perfectly splendid. Haven't you learnt by now, Jane, that I know every tone of your voice? You lie to me like a hatter so as not to hurt my feelings. I suppose. Why can't you be honest? Do you think I want you to tell me a thing is splendid when I know, as well as you do, that it's not? The damn thing's dead. There's no life in it, nothing behind, nothing but surface. Damn smooth surface. I've cheated myself all along, yes. Even this afternoon. I came along to you to find out. Isabel doesn't know, but you know. You always do know. I knew you'd tell me it was good. You've no moral sense about that sort of thing. But I can tell by the tone of your voice. When I showed you romance, you didn't say anything at all. You held your breath and gave a sort of gasp. Alan. Everard gave her no chance to speak. Jane was producing the effect upon him he knew so well. Strange that so gentle a creature could stir him to such furious anger. You think I've lost the power? Perhaps, he said angrily. But I haven't. I can do work every bit as good as romance better. Perhaps I'll show you. Jane Howarth. He fairly rushed out of the flat, walking rapidly. He crossed through the park and over Albert Bridge. He was still tingling all over with irritation and baffled rage. Jane, indeed. What did she know about painting? What was her opinion worth? Why should he care? But he did care. He wanted to paint something that would make Jane gasp. Her mouth would open just a little, and her cheeks would flush red. She would look first at the picture and then at him. She wouldn't say anything at all, probably. In the middle of the bridge, he saw the picture he was going to paint. It came to him from nowhere at all, out of the blue. He saw it, there in the air. Or was it in his head? A little, dingy curio shop, rather dark and musty looking. Behind the counter, a Jew, a small Jew with cunning eyes. In front of him, the customer, a big man, sleek, well-fed, opulent, bloated, a great jowl on him. Above them, on a shelf, a bust of white marble, the light there, on the boy's marble face, the deathless beauty of old Greece, scornful, unheeding of sale and barter. The Jew, the rich collector, the Greek boy's head, he saw them all. The connoisseur, that's what I'll call it, muttered Alan Everard, stepping off the curb and just missing being annihilated by a passing bus. Yes, the connoisseur. I'll show Jane. When he arrived home, he passed straight into the studio. Isabel found him there, sorting out canvases. Alan, don't forget, we're dining with the Marches. Everard shook his head impatiently. Damn the Marches, I'm going to work. I've got hold of something, but I must get it fixed at once on the canvas before it goes. Ring them up. Tell them I'm dead. Isabel looked at him thoughtfully for a moment or two, and then went out. She understood the art of living with a genius very thoroughly. She went to the telephone and made some plausible excuse. She looked around her, yawning a little. Then she sat down at her desk and began to write. Dear Jane, many thanks for your check received today. You are good to your godchild. £100 will do all sorts of things. Children are a terrible expense. You are so fond of Winnie that I felt I was not doing wrong in coming to you for help. Alan, like all geniuses, can only work at what he wants to work at, and unfortunately, that doesn't always keep the pot boiling. Hope to see you soon. Yours, Isabel. When The Connoisseur was finished, some months later, Alan invited Jane to come and see it. The thing was not quite as he had conceived it. That was impossible to hope for, but it was near enough. He felt the glow of the Creator. He had made this thing, and it was good. Jane did not this time tell him it was splendid. The color crept into her cheeks, and her lips parted. She looked at Alan, and he saw, in her eyes, that which he wished to see. Jane knew. He walked on air. He had shown Jane the picture off his mind. He began to notice his immediate surroundings once more. Winnie had benefited enormously from her fortnight at the seaside, but it struck him that her clothes were very shabby. He said so to Isabel. Alan, you who never notice anything. But I like children to be simply dressed. I hate them all fussed up. There's a difference between simplicity and darns and patches. Isabel said nothing. but she got Winnie a new frock. 2 days later, Alan was struggling with income tax returns. His own passbook lay in front of him. He was hunting through Isabel's desk for hers when Winnie danced into the room with a disreputable doll. "Daddy, I've got a riddle. Can you guess it?" Within a wall as white as milk, within a curtain soft as silk, bathed in a sea of crystal clear, a golden apple doth appear. Guess what that is? "Your mother," said Alan absently. He was still hunting. Daddy Winnie gave a scream of laughter. "It's an egg." "Why did you think it was Mummy?" Alan smiled too. "I wasn't really listening," he said, and the words sounded like Mummy. Somehow, a wall as white as milk, a curtain, crystal, the golden apple. Yes, it did suggest Isabel to him. Curious things. Words. He had found the passbook now. He ordered Winnie peremptorily from the room. 10 minutes later, he looked up, startled by a sharp exclamation. "Alan." "Hello, Isabel?" "I didn't hear you come in." "Look here. I can't make out these items in your passbook. What business had you to touch my passbook?" He stared at her, astonished. She was angry. He had never seen her angry before. "I had no idea you would mind. I do mind very much indeed. You have no business to touch my things." Alan suddenly became angry too. "I apologize. But since I have touched your things, perhaps you will explain one or two entries that puzzle me. As far as I can see, nearly £500 has been paid into your account this year, which I cannot check. Where does it come from?" Isabel had recovered her temper. She sank into a chair. "You needn't be so solemn about it." "Alan," she said lightly, "it isn't the wages of sin, or anything like that. Where did this money come from?" "From a woman, a friend of yours." "It's not mine at all. It's for Winnie." "Winnie. Do you mean this money came from Jane?" Isabel nodded. "She's devoted to the child, can't do enough for her." "Yes, but surely the money ought to have been invested for Winnie." "Oh, it isn't that sort of thing at all. It's for current expenses, clothes and all that." Alan said nothing. He was thinking of Winnie's frocks, all darns and patches. "Your account's overdrawn." "To Isabel." "Is it?" "That's always happening to me." "Yes, but that 500. My dear Alan, I've spent it on Winnie in the way that seemed best to me. I can assure you Jane is quite satisfied." Alan was not satisfied, yet such was the power of Isabel's calm that he said nothing more. After all, Isabel was careless in money matters. She hadn't meant to use for herself money given to her for the child. A receipted bill came that day, addressed by a mistake to Mr. Everard. It was from a dressmaker in Hanover Square, and was for 200-odd pounds. He gave it to Isabel without a word. She glanced over it, smiled, and said, "Poor boy. I suppose it seems an awful lot to you, but one really must be more or less clothed." The next day, he went to see Jane. Jane was irritating and elusive as usual. He wasn't to bother. Winnie was her godchild. Women understood these things. Men didn't. Of course, she didn't want Winnie to have £500 worth of frocks. Would he please leave it to her and Isabel? They understood each other perfectly. Alan went away in a state of growing dissatisfaction. He knew perfectly well that he had shirked the one question he really wished to ask. He wanted to say, "Has Isabel ever asked you for money for Winnie?" He didn't say it because he was afraid that Jane might not lie well enough to deceive him. But he was worried. Jane was poor. He knew she was poor. She mustn't denude herself. He made up his mind to speak to Isabel. Isabel was calm and reassuring. Of course, she wouldn't let Jane spend more than she could afford. A month later, Jane died. It was influenza, followed by pneumonia. She made Alan Everard her executor and left all she had to Winnie. But it wasn't very much. It was Alan's task to go through Jane's papers. She left a record there that was clear to follow numerous evidences of acts of kindness, begging letters, grateful letters, and lastly, he found her diary. With it was a scrap of paper, to be read after my death by Alan Everard. He has often reproached me with not speaking the truth. The truth is all here. So he came to know, at last, finding the one place where Jane had dared to be honest. It was a record, very simple and unforced, of her love for him. There was very little sentiment about it, no fine language, but there was no blinking of facts. "I know you are often irritated by me," she had written. "Everything I do or say seems to make you angry sometimes. I do not know why this should be, for I try so hard to please you, but I do believe, all the same, that I mean something real to you. One isn't angry with the people who don't count." It was not Jane's fault that Alan found other matters. Jane was loyal, but she was also untidy. She filled her drawers too full. She had, shortly before her death, burnt carefully all Isabel's letters. The one Alan found was wedged behind a drawer. When he had read it, the meaning of certain Kabbalistic signs on the counterfoils of Jane's checkbook became clear to him. In this particular letter, Isabel had hardly troubled to keep up the pretense of the money being required for Winnie. Alan sat in front of the desk, staring with unseeing eyes out of the window for a long time. Finally, he slipped the checkbook into his pocket and left the flat. He walked back to Chelsea, conscious of an anger that grew rapidly stronger. Isabel was out when he got back, and he was sorry. He had so clearly in his mind what he wanted to say. Instead, he went up to the studio and pulled out the unfinished portrait of Jane. He set it on an easel near the portrait of Isabel in pink satin. The Lempriere woman had been right. There was life in Jane's portrait. He looked at her, the eager eyes, the beauty that he had tried so unsuccessfully to deny her. That was Jane, the aliveness. More than anything else, was Jane. She was, he thought, the most alive person he had ever met. So much so that even now he could not think of her as dead, and he thought of his other pictures, color, romance, Sir Rufus Hirschman. They had all, in a way, been pictures of Jane. She had kindled the spark, for each one of them had sent him away fuming and fretting to show her. And now Jane was dead. Would he ever paint a real picture again? He looked again at the eager face on the canvas. Perhaps Jane wasn't very far away. A sound made him wheel round. Isabel had come into the studio. She was dressed for dinner in a straight white gown that showed up the pure gold of her hair. She stopped dead and checked the words on her lips. Eyeing him warily, she went over to the divan and sat down. She had every appearance of calm. Alan took the checkbook from his pocket. I've been going through Jane's papers. Yes. He tried to imitate her calm, to keep his voice from shaking. For the last 4 years, she's been supplying you with money. Yes. For Winnie? No. Not for Winnie, shouted Everard. You pretended, both of you, that it was for Winnie, but you both knew that that wasn't so. Do you realize that Jane has been selling her securities, living from hand to mouth, to supply you with clothes that you didn't really need? Isabel never took her eyes from his face. She settled her body more comfortably on the cushions, as a white Persian cat might do. I can't help it if Jane denuded herself more than she should have done. She said, I suppose she could afford the money. She was always crazy about you. I could see that. Of course, some wives would have kicked up a fuss about the way you were always rushing off to see her and spending hours there. I didn't. No, said Alan, very white in the face. You made her pay instead. You are saying very offensive things. Alan, be careful. Aren't they true? Why did you find it so easy to get money out of Jane? Not for love of me. Certainly. It must have been for love of you. That's just what it was, said Alan simply. She paid for my freedom. Freedom to work in my own way. So long as you had a sufficiency of money, you'd leave me alone, not badger me to paint a crowd of awful women. Isabel said nothing. Well, cried Alan angrily. Her quiescence infuriated him. Isabel was looking at the floor. Presently she raised her head and said quietly, Come here, Alan. She touched the divan at her side, uneasily, unwillingly. He came and sat there, not looking at her. But he knew that he was afraid. Alan, said Isabel presently. Well, he was irritable, nervous. All that you say may be true. It doesn't matter. I'm like that. I want things, clothes, money. You? Jane's dead. Alan, what do you mean Jane's dead? You belong to me altogether now. You never did before, not quite. He looked at her, saw the light in her eyes. Acquisitive, possessive, was revolted, yet fascinated. Now you shall be all mine. He understood Isabel then as he had never understood her before. You want me as a slave. I'm to paint what you tell me to paint. Live as you tell me to live. Be dragged at your chariot wheels. Put it like that if you please. What are words? He felt her arms round his neck, white, smooth, firm as a wall. Words danced through his brain. A wall as white as milk. Already he was inside the wall. Could he still escape? Did he want to escape? He heard her voice close against his ear. Poppy and mandragora. What else is there to live for? Isn't this enough? Love, happiness, success, love. The wall was growing up all round him now. The curtain soft as silk. The curtain wrapping him round, stifling him a little, but so soft, so sweet. Now they were drifting together, at peace, out on the crystal sea. The wall was very high now, shutting out all those other things, those dangerous, disturbing things that hurt, that always hurt. Out on the sea of crystal, the golden apple between their hands, the light faded from Jane's picture. Chapter 8. The mystery of the Spanish chest is an expanded version of the story. The mystery of the Baghdad chest, which was first published in The Strand, January 1932. Punctual to the moment, as always. Hercule Poirot entered the small room where Miss Lemon, his efficient secretary, awaited her instructions for the day. At first sight, Miss Lemon seemed to be composed entirely of angles, thus satisfying Poirot's demand for symmetry. Not that where women were concerned, Hercule Poirot carried his passion for geometrical precision so far. He was, on the contrary, old-fashioned. He had a continental prejudice for curves, it might be said for voluptuous curves. He liked women to be women. He liked them lush, highly colored, exotic. There had been a certain Russian countess, but that was long ago now, a folly of earlier days. But Miss Lemon he had never considered as a woman. She was a human machine, an instrument of precision. Her efficiency was terrific. She was 48 years of age and was fortunate enough to have no imagination whatever. Good morning, Miss Lemon. Good morning, M. Poirot. Poirot sat down, and Miss Lemon placed before him the morning's mail, neatly arranged in categories. She resumed her seat and sat with pad and pencil at the ready. But there was to be this morning a slight change in routine. Poirot had brought in with him the morning newspaper, and his eyes were scanning it with interest. The headlines were big and bold. Spanish chest mystery. Latest developments. You have read the morning papers, I presume. Miss Lemon? Yes. M. Poirot. The news from Geneva is not very good. Poirot waved away the news from Geneva in a comprehensive sweep of the arm. A Spanish chest, he mused. Can you tell me, Miss Lemon, what exactly is a Spanish chest, I suppose? M. Poirot. That it is a chest that came originally from Spain. One might reasonably suppose so. You have, then, no expert knowledge. They are usually of the Elizabethan period, I believe, large, and with a good deal of brass decoration on them. They look very nice when well kept and polished. My sister bought one at a sale. She keeps household linen in it. It looks very nice. I am sure that in the house of any sister of yours, all the furniture would be well kept, said Poirot, bowing gracefully. Miss Lemon replied sadly that servants did not seem to know what elbow grease was nowadays. Poirot looked a little puzzled, but decided not to inquire into the inward meaning of the mysterious phrase elbow grease. He looked down again at the newspaper, conning over the names Major Rich, Mr. and Mrs. Clayton, Commander McLaren, Mr. and Mrs. Spence. Names. Nothing but names to him, yet all possessed of human personalities. Hating, loving, fearing. A drama, this, in which he, Hercule Poirot, had no part, and he would have liked to have a part in it. 6 people at an evening party, in a room with a big Spanish chest against the wall. 6 people, 5 of them talking, eating a buffet supper, putting records on the gramophone, dancing, and the 6th dead in the Spanish chest. Ah, thought Poirot, how my dear friend Hastings would have enjoyed this. What romantic flights of imagination he would have had. What ineptitudes he would have uttered, ah, say Cher Hastings, at this moment. Today, I miss him. Instead, he sighed and looked at Miss Lemon. Miss Lemon, intelligently perceiving that Poirot was in no mood to dictate letters, had uncovered her typewriter and was awaiting her moment to get on with certain arrears of work. Nothing could have interested her less than sinister Spanish chests containing dead bodies. Poirot sighed and looked down at a photographed face. Reproductions in newsprint were never very good, and this was decidedly smudgy, but what a face! Mrs. Clayton, the wife of the murdered man. Biddy, on an impulse. He thrust the paper at Miss Lemon. Look, he demanded. Look at that face. Miss Lemon looked at it obediently, without emotion. What do you think of her? Miss Lemon. That is Mrs. Clayton. Miss Lemon took the paper, glanced casually at the picture, and remarked, She's a little like the wife of our bank manager when we lived at Croydon Heath. Interesting, said Poirot. Recount to me, if you will be so kind, the history of your bank manager's wife. Well, it's not really a very pleasant story. Poirot. It was in my mind that it might not be. Continue. There was a good deal of talk about Mrs. Adams and a young artist. Then Mr. Adams shot himself. But Mrs. Adams wouldn't marry the other man, and he took some kind of poison, but they pulled him through all right. And finally, Mrs. Adams married a young solicitor. I believe there was more trouble after that. Only, of course, we'd left Croydon Heath by then, so I didn't hear very much more about it. Hercule Poirot nodded gravely. She was beautiful. Well, not really what you'd call beautiful, but there seemed to be something about her. Exactly. What is that something that they possess, the sirens of this world, the Helens of Troy, the Cleopatras? Miss Lemon inserted a piece of paper vigorously into her typewriter. Really, Poirot, I've never thought about it. It seems all very silly to me. If people would just go on with their jobs and didn't think about such things, it would be much better. Having thus disposed of human frailty and passion, Miss Lemon let her fingers hover over the keys of the typewriter, waiting impatiently to be allowed to begin her work. That is your view, said Poirot. And at this moment, it is your desire that you should be allowed to get on with your job. But your job, Miss Lemon, is not only to take down my letters, to file my papers, to deal with my telephone calls, to typewrite my letters. All these things you do admirably. But me, I deal not only with documents, but with human beings. And there, too, I need assistance. Certainly, Poirot, said Miss Lemon patiently. What is it you want me to do? This case interests me. I should be glad if you would make a study of this morning's report of it in all the papers, and also of any additional reports in the evening papers. Make me a précis of the facts. Very good. Poirot. Poirot withdrew to his sitting room, a rueful smile on his face. It is indeed the irony, he said to himself, that after my dear friend Hastings, I should have Miss Lemon. What greater contrast can one imagine, say Cher Hastings, how he would have enjoyed himself, how he would have walked up and down talking about it, putting the most romantic construction on every incident. believing as gospel truth every word the papers have printed about it. And my poor Miss Lemon, what I have asked her to do, she will not enjoy at all. Miss Lemon came to him in due course with a typewritten sheet. I've got the information you wanted. A.M. Poirot. I'm afraid, though, it can't be regarded as reliable. The papers vary a good deal in their accounts. I shouldn't like to guarantee that the facts as stated are more than 60% accurate. That is probably a conservative estimate, murmured Poirot. Thank you, Miss Lemon, for the trouble you have taken. The facts were sensational, but clear enough. Major Charles Rich, a well-to-do bachelor, had given an evening party to a few of his friends at his apartment. These friends consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Clayton, Mr. and Mrs. Spence, and a Commander McLaren. Commander McLaren was a very old friend of both Rich and the Claytons. Mr. and Mrs. Spence, a younger couple, were fairly recent acquaintances. Arnold Clayton was in the Treasury. Jeremy Spence was a junior civil servant. Major Rich was 48. Arnold Clayton was 55. Commander McLaren was 46. Jeremy Spence was 37. Mrs. Clayton was said to be some years younger than her husband. One person was unable to attend the party. At the last moment, Mr. Clayton was called away to Scotland on urgent business and was supposed to have left King's Cross by the 8:15 train. The party proceeded as such parties do. Everyone appeared to be enjoying themselves. It was neither a wild party nor a drunken one. It broke up about 11:45. The four guests left together and shared a taxi. Commander McLaren was dropped first at his club, and then the Spences dropped Margarita Clayton at Cardigan Gardens just off Sloane Street and went on themselves to their house in Chelsea. The gruesome discovery was made on the following morning by Major Rich's manservant, William Burgess. The latter did not live in a... He arrived early so as to clear up the sitting room before calling Major Rich with his early morning tea. It was whilst clearing up that Burgess was startled to find a big stain discoloring the light-colored rug on which stood the Spanish chest. It seemed to have seeped through from the chest, and the valet immediately lifted up the lid of the chest and looked inside. He was horrified to find there the body of Mr. Clayton, stabbed through the neck. Obeying his first impulse, Burgess rushed out into the street and fetched the nearest policeman. Such were the bald facts of the case, but there were further details. The police had immediately broken the news to Mrs. Clayton, who had been completely prostrated. She had seen her husband for the last time at a little after 6 o'clock on the evening before. He had come home much annoyed, having been summoned to Scotland on urgent business in connection with some property that he owned. He had urged his wife to go to the party without him. Mr. Clayton had then called in at his and Commander McLaren's club, had had a drink with his friend, and had explained the position. He had then said, looking at his watch, that he had just time on his way to King's Cross. To call in on Major Rich and explain, he had already tried to telephone him, but the line had seemed to be out of order. According to William Burgess, Mr. Clayton arrived at the flat at about 7:55. Major Rich was out, but was due to return any moment, so Burgess suggested that Mr. Clayton should come in and wait. Clayton said he had no time, but would come in and write a note. He explained that he was on his way to catch a train at King's Cross. The valet showed him into the sitting room and himself returned to the kitchen, where he was engaged in the preparation of canapes for the party. The valet did not hear his master return, but about 10 minutes later, Major Rich looked into the kitchen and told Burgess to hurry out and get some Turkish cigarettes, which were Mrs. Spence's favorite smoking. The valet did so and brought them to his master in the sitting room. Mr. Clayton was not there, but the valet naturally thought he had already left to catch his train. Major Rich's story was short and simple. Mr. Clayton was not in the flat when he himself came in, and he had no idea that he had been there. No note had been left for him, and the first he heard of Mr. Clayton's journey to Scotland was when Mrs. Clayton and the others arrived. There were 2 additional items in the evening papers. Mrs. Clayton, who was prostrated with shock, had left her flat in Cardigan Gardens and was believed to be staying with friends. The second item was in the stop press. Major Charles Rich had been charged with the murder of Arnold Clayton and had been taken into custody. "So that is that," said Poirot, looking up at Miss Lemon. The arrest of Major Rich was to be expected. But what a remarkable case. What a very remarkable case. Do you not think so? I suppose such things do happen. Poirot, said Miss Lemon without interest. Oh, certainly. They happen every day. Or nearly every day. But usually they are quite understandable, though distressing. It is certainly a very unpleasant business. To be stabbed to death and stowed away in a Spanish chest is certainly unpleasant for the victim, supremely so. But when I say this is a remarkable case, I refer to the remarkable behavior of Major Rich. Miss Lemon said, with faint distaste, there seems to be a suggestion that Major Rich and Mrs. Baptist Clayton were very close friends. It was a suggestion and not a proved fact, so I did not include it. That was very correct of you, but it is an inference that leaps to the eye. Is that all you have to say? Miss Lemon looked blank. Poirot sighed and missed the rich, colorful imagination of his friend Hastings. Discussing a case with Miss Lemon was uphill work. Consider for a moment this Major Rich. He is in love with Mrs. Clayton Granted. He wants to dispose of her husband that, too, we grant. Though if Mrs. Clayton is in love with him, and they are having the affair together, where is the urgency? It is, perhaps, that Mr. Clayton will not give his wife the divorce. But it is not of all this that I talk. Major Rich, he is a retired soldier, and it is said sometimes that soldiers are not brainy. But, tout de même, this Major Rich, can he be a complete imbecile? Miss Lemon did not reply. She took this to be a purely rhetorical question. Well, demanded Poirot, what do you think about it all? What do I think? Miss Lemon was startled. Mais oui, you. Miss Lemon adjusted her mind to the strain put upon it. She was not given to mental speculation of any kind unless asked for it. In such leisure moments as she had, her mind was filled with the details of a superlatively perfect filing system. It was her only mental recreation. Well, she began, and paused. Tell me just what happened, what you think happened. On that evening, Mr. Clayton is in the sitting room writing a note. Major Rich comes back, what then? He finds Mr. Clayton there. I suppose they have a quarrel. Major Rich stabs him. Then, when he sees what he has done, He puts the body in the chest. After all, the guests, I suppose, might be arriving any minute. Yes, yes, the guests arrive. The body is in the chest. The evening passes, the guests depart, and then, well, then, I suppose Major Rich goes to bed and, oh, said Poirot. You see it now. You have murdered a man. You have concealed his body in a chest, and then you go peacefully to bed, quite unperturbed by the fact that your valet will discover the crime in the morning. I suppose it's possible that the valet might never have looked inside the chest, with an enormous pool of blood on the carpet underneath it. Perhaps Major Rich didn't realize that the blood was there. Was it not somewhat careless of him not to look and see? I dare say he was upset, said Miss Lemon. Poirot threw up his hands in despair. Miss Lemon seized the opportunity to hurry from the room. The mystery of the Spanish chest was, strictly speaking, no business of Poirot's. He was engaged at the moment in a delicate mission for one of the large oil companies, where one of the high-ups was possibly involved in some questionable transaction. It was hush-hush, important and exceedingly lucrative. It was sufficiently involved to command Poirot's attention, and had the great advantage that it required very little physical activity. It was sophisticated and bloodless, crime at the highest levels. The mystery of the Spanish chest was dramatic and emotional, two qualities which Poirot had often declared to Hastings could be much overrated and indeed frequently were so by the latter. He had been severe with C.E. Share Hastings on this point, and now here he was, behaving much as his friend might have done, obsessed with beautiful women, crimes of passion, jealousy, hatred, and all the other romantic causes of murder. He wanted to know about it all. He wanted to know what Major Rich was like, and what his manservant, Burgess, was like, and what Margarita Clayton was like, though that, he thought, he knew, and what the late Arnold Clayton had been like since he held that the character of the victim was of the first importance in a murder case, and even what Commander McLaren, the faithful friend, and Mr. and Mrs. Spence, the recently acquired acquaintances, were like, and he did not see exactly how he was going to gratify his curiosity. He reflected on the matter later in the day. Why did the whole business intrigue him so much? He decided, after reflection, that it was because, as the facts were related, the whole thing was more or less impossible. Yes, there was a Euclidean flavor. Starting from what one could accept, there had been a quarrel between two men. Cause, presumably, a woman. One man killed the other in the heat of rage. Yes, that happened, though it would be more acceptable if the husband had killed the lover. Still, the lover had killed the husband, stabbed him with a dagger, somehow a rather unlikely weapon. Perhaps Major Rich had had an Italian mother. Somewhere surely there should be something to explain the choice of a dagger as a weapon. Anyway, one must accept the dagger. Some papers called it a stiletto. It was to hand and was used. The body was concealed in the chest. That was common sense and inevitable. The crime had not been premeditated, and as the valet was returning at any moment, and 4 guests would be arriving before very long, it seemed the only course indicated. The party is held, the guests depart, the manservant is already gone, and Major Rich goes to bed. To understand how that could happen, one must see Major Rich and find out what kind of a man acts in that way. Could it be that, overcome with horror at what he had done, and the long strain of an evening trying to appear his normal self. He had taken a sleeping pill of some kind or a tranquilizer which had put him into a heavy slumber which lasted long beyond his usual hour of waking possible. Or was it a case, rewarding to a psychologist, where Major Rich's feeling of subconscious guilt made him want the crime to be discovered? To make up one's mind on that point, one would have to see Major Rich. It all came back to toe. The telephone rang. Poirot. It rang for some moments, until he realized that Miss Lemon, after bringing him his letters to sign, had gone home some time ago, and that George had probably gone out. He picked up the receiver. M. Poirot. Speaking. Oh, how splendid! Poirot blinked slightly at the fervor of the charming female voice. It's Abby Chatterton. Ah, Lady Chatterton, how can I serve you by coming over as quickly as you can right away to a simply frightful cocktail party I am giving? Not just for the cocktail party, it's for something quite different, really. I need you. It's absolutely vital. Please, please, please don't let me down. Don't say you can't manage it. Poirot had not been going to say anything of the kind. Lord Chatterton, apart from being a peer of the realm and occasionally making a very dull speech in the House of Lords, was nobody in particular. But Lady Chatterton was one of the brightest jewels in what Poirot called le haut monde. Everything she did or said was news. She had brains, beauty, originality, and enough vitality to activate a rocket to the moon. She said again, I need you. Just give that wonderful mustache of yours a lovely twirl, and come. It was not quite so quick as that. Poirot had first to make a meticulous toilet. The twirl to the mustaches was added, and he then set off. The door of Lady Chatterton's delightful house in Cheriton Street was ajar, and a noise as of animals mutinying at the zoo sounded from within. Lady Chatterton, who was holding two ambassadors, an international rugger player and an American evangelist in play, neatly jettisoned them with the rapidity of sleight of hand and was at Poirot's side. M. Poirot, how wonderful to see you. No, don't have that nasty martini. I've got something special for you. A kind of syrup that the sheikhs drink in Morocco. It's in my own little room upstairs. She led the way upstairs, and Poirot followed her. She paused to say over her shoulder, I didn't put these people off, because it's absolutely essential that no one should know there's anything special going on here, and I've promised the servants enormous bonuses if not a word leaks out. After all, one doesn't want one's house besieged by reporters. And, poor darling, she's been through so much already. Lady Chatterton did not stop at the first floor landing. Instead, she swept on up to the floor above. Gasping for breath and somewhat bewildered, Hercule Poirot followed. Lady Chatterton paused, gave a rapid glance downwards over the banisters, and then flung open a door, exclaiming as she did so, I've got him. Margarita, I've got him. Here he is. She stood aside in triumph to let Poirot enter, then performed a rapid introduction. This is Margarita Clayton. She's a very, very dear friend of mine. You'll help her, won't you, Margarita? This is that wonderful Hercule Poirot. He'll do just everything you want. You will, won't you, dear M. Poirot? And without waiting for the answer, which she obviously took for granted, Lady Chatterton had not been a spoilt beauty all her life for nothing. She dashed out of the door and down the stairs, calling back rather indiscreetly, "I've got to go back to all these awful people." The woman, who had been sitting in a chair by the window, rose and came towards him. He would have recognized her even if Lady Chatterton had not mentioned her name. Here was that very wide brow, the dark hair that sprang away from it like wings, the gray eyes set far apart. She wore a close-fitting, high-necked gown of dull black that showed up the beauty of her body and the magnolia whiteness of her skin. It was an unusual face, rather than a beautiful one of those oddly proportioned faces that one sometimes sees in an Italian primitive. There was about her a kind of medieval simplicity, a strange innocence that could be, Poirot thought, more devastating than any voluptuous sophistication. When she spoke, it was with a kind of childlike candor. "Abby says you will help me." She looked at him gravely and inquiringly. For a moment, he stood quite still, scrutinizing her closely. There was nothing ill-bred in his manner of doing it. It was more the kind but searching look that a famous consultant gives a new patient. "Are you sure, Madame," he said at last, "that I can help you?" A little flush rose to her cheeks. "I don't know what you mean. What is it, Madame, that you want me to do?" "Oh," she seemed surprised. "I thought you knew who I was. I know who you are. Your husband was killed stabbed, and a Major Rich has been arrested and charged with his murder." The flush heightened. "Major Rich did not kill my husband." Quick as a flash, Poirot said, "Why not?" She stared, puzzled. I beg your pardon. I have confused you because I have not asked the question that everybody asks, the police, the lawyers. Why should Major Rich kill Arnold Clayton? But I ask the opposite. I ask you, Madam, why you are sure that Major Rich did not kill him? Because, she paused a moment, because I know Major Rich so well. You know Major Rich so well, repeated Poirot tonelessly. He paused and then said sharply, "How well?" Whether she understood his meaning, he could not guess. He thought to himself, here is either a woman of great simplicity or of great subtlety. Many people, he thought, must have wondered that about Margarita Clayton. How well? She was looking at him doubtfully. 5 years, no, nearly 6. That was not precisely what I meant. You must understand, Madame, that I shall have to ask you the impertinent questions. Perhaps you will speak the truth. Perhaps you will lie. It is very necessary for a woman to lie sometimes. Women must defend themselves. And the lie, it can be a good weapon. But there are 3 people, Madame, to whom a woman should speak the truth. To her father confessor, to her hairdresser, and to her private detective if she trusts him. Do you trust me? Madame Margarita Clayton drew a deep breath. Yes, she said, I do, and added, I must. Very well, then. What is it you want me to do? Find out who killed your husband, I suppose so. Yeah, but it is not essential. You want me, then, to clear Major Rich from suspicion. She nodded quickly, gratefully. That and that only, it was. He saw an unnecessary question. Margarita Clayton was a woman who saw only one thing at a time. And now, he said, for the impertinence. You and Major Rich? You are lovers? Yes. Do you mean, were we having an affair together? No. But he was in love with you? Yes. And you were in love with him? I think so. You do not seem quite sure. I am sure now. Ah, you did not. Then, love your husband? No. You reply with an admirable simplicity. Most women would wish to explain at great length just exactly what their feelings were. How long had you been married? 11 years. Can you tell me a little about your husband, what kind of a man he was? She frowned. It's difficult. I don't really know what kind of a man Arnold was. He was very quiet, very reserved. One didn't know what he was thinking. He was clever. Of course, everyone said he was brilliant in his work. I mean, he didn't, how can I put it, he never explained himself at all. Was he in love with you? Oh, yes. He must have been. Or he wouldn't have minded so much. She came to a sudden stop. About other men. That is what you were going to say? He was jealous. Again, she said. He must have been. And then, as though feeling that the phrase needed explanation, she went on, sometimes for days. He wouldn't speak. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. This violence that has come into your life, is it the first that you have known violence? She frowned, then flushed. Is it? Do you mean that poor boy who shot himself? Yes, said Poirot. I expect that is what I mean. I'd no idea he felt like that. I was sorry for him. He seemed so shy, so lonely. He must have been very neurotic, I think. And there were two Italians, a duel. It was ridiculous. Anyway, nobody was killed. Thank goodness. And honestly, I didn't care about either of them. I never even pretended to care. No. You were just there. And where you are, things happen. I have seen that before in my life. It is because you do not care that men are driven mad. But for Major Rich, you do care. So we must do what we can. He was silent for a moment or two. She sat there gravely, watching him. We turn from personalities, which are often the really important things, to plain facts. I know only what has been in the papers. On the facts as given there, only two persons had the opportunity of killing your husband. Only two persons could have killed him, Major Rich and Major Rich's manservant. She said, stubbornly, I know Charles didn't kill him. So, then, it must have been the valet. You agree? She said doubtfully. I see what you mean. But you are dubious about it. It just seems fantastic. Yet the possibility is there. Your husband undoubtedly came to the flat, since his body was found there. If the valet's story is true, Major Rich killed him. But if the valet's story is false, then the valet killed him and hid the body in the chest before his master returned. An excellent way of disposing of the body from his point of view. He has only got to notice the blood stain the next morning and discover it. Suspicion will immediately fall on Rich. But why should he want to kill Arnold? Why? The motive cannot be an obvious one, or the police would have investigated it. It is possible that your husband knew something to the valet's discredit and was about to acquaint Major Rich with the facts. Did your husband ever say anything to you about this man Burgess? She shook her head. Do you think he would have done so if that had indeed been the case? She frowned. It's difficult to say. Possibly not. Arnold never talked much about people. I told you he was reserved. He wasn't. He was never a chatty man. He was a man who kept his own counsel. Yes, now, what is your opinion of Burgess? He's not the kind of man you notice very much. A fairly good servant. Adequate, but not polished. What age? About 37 or 8, I should think. He'd been a batman in the army during the war. But he wasn't a regular soldier. How long had he been with Major Rich? Not very long. About a year and a half. I think. You never noticed anything odd about his manner towards your husband? We weren't there so very often. No, I noticed nothing at all. Tell me now about the events of that evening. What time were you invited? 8:15 for half past. And just what kind of a party was it to be? Well, there would be drinks and a kind of buffet supper, usually a very good one. Foie gras and hot toast, smoked salmon. Sometimes there was a hot rice dish. Charles had a special recipe he'd got in the Near East, but that was more for winter. Then we used to have music. Charles had got a very good stereophonic gramophone. Both my husband and Jock McLaren were very fond of classical records. And we had dance music. The Spences were very keen dancers. It was that sort of thing, a quiet, informal evening. Charles was a very good host. And this particular evening, it was like other evenings there. You noticed nothing unusual, nothing out of place. Out of place? She frowned for a moment. When you said that, I know. It's gone. There was something. She shook her head again. No. To answer your question, there was nothing unusual at all about that evening. We enjoyed ourselves. Everybody seemed relaxed and happy. She shivered. And to think that all the time Poirot held up a quick hand. Do not think. This business that took your husband to Scotland. How much do you know about that? Not very much. There was some dispute over the restrictions on selling a piece of land which belonged to my husband. The sale had apparently gone through, and then some sudden snag turned up. What did your husband tell you exactly? He came in with a telegram in his hand. As far as I remember, he said, "This is most annoying. I shall have to take the night mail to Edinburgh and see Johnston first thing tomorrow morning." Too bad. When one thought the thing was going through smoothly at last, then he said, "Shall I ring up Jock and get him to call for you?" And I said, "Nonsense. I'll just take a taxi." And he said that Jock or the Spences would see me home. I said, "Did he want anything packed?" And he said he'd just throw a few things into a bag and have a quick snack at the club before catching the train. Then he went off. And that's the last time I saw him. Her voice broke a little on the last words. Poirot looked at her very hard. "Did he show you the telegram?" "No." "A pity. Why do you say that?" He did not answer that question. Instead, he said briskly, "Now to business. Who are the solicitors acting for Major Rich?" She told him, and he made a note of the address. "Will you write a few words to them and give it to me? I shall want to make arrangements to see Major Rich. It's been remanded for a week. Naturally, that is the procedure. Will you also write a note to Commander McLaren and to your friends the Spences? I shall want to see all of them, and it is essential that they do not at once show me the door." When she rose from the writing desk, he said, "One thing more. I shall register my own impressions, but I also want yours of Commander McLaren and of Mr. and Mrs. Spence. Jock is one of our oldest friends. I've known him ever since I was a child. He appears to be quite a dour person, but he's really a dear, Always the same, always to be relied upon. He's not gay and amusing, but he's a tower of strength. Both Arnold and I relied on his judgment a lot. And he also is doubtless in love with you." Poirot's eyes twinkled slightly. "Oh, yes," said Margarita happily. "He's always been in love with me, but by now it's become a kind of habit. And the Spences, they're amusing and very good company. Linda Spence is really rather a clever girl. Arnold enjoyed talking with her. She's attractive, too. You are friends, she and I, in a way. I don't know that I really like her. She's too malicious. And her husband? Oh, Jeremy is delightful. Very musical. Knows a good deal about pictures, too. He and I go to picture shows a good deal together." "Ah, well, I shall see for myself." He took her hand in his. "I hope, Madame, you will not regret asking for my help." "Why should I regret it?" Her eyes opened wide. "One never knows," said Poirot cryptically. "And I do not know," he said to himself. As he went down the stairs, the cocktail party was still in full spate, but he avoided being captured and reached the street. "No," he repeated, "I do not know." It was of Margarita Clayton he was thinking. That apparently childlike candor, that frank innocence. Was it just that? Or did it mask something else? There had been women like that in medieval days, women on whom history had not been able to agree. He thought of Mary Stuart, the Scottish queen. Had she known, that night in Kirklefields, of the deed that was to be done? Or was she completely innocent? Had the conspirators told her nothing? Was she one of those childlike, simple women who can say to themselves, "I do not know," and believe it? He felt the spell of Margarita Clayton, but he was not entirely sure about her. Such women could be, though innocent themselves, the cause of crimes. Such women could be, in intent and design, criminals themselves, though not in action. Theirs was never the hand that held the knife. As to Margarita Clayton, no, he did not know. Hercule Poirot did not find Major Rich's solicitors very helpful. He had not expected to do so. They managed to indicate, though without saying so, that it would be in their client's best interest if Mrs. Clayton showed no sign of activity on his behalf. His visit to them was in the interests of correctness. He had enough pull with the Home Office and the CID to arrange his interview with the prisoner. Inspector Miller, who was in charge of the Clayton case, was not one of Poirot's favorites. He was not, however, hostile on this occasion, merely contemptuous. "Can't waste much time over the old dodderer," he had said to his assisting sergeant before Poirot was shown in. "Still, I'll have to be polite. You'll really have to pull some rabbits out of a hat if you're going to do anything with this one. Poirot," he remarked cheerfully. "Nobody else but Rich could have killed the bloke, except the valet." "Oh, I'll give you the valet? As a possibility, that is. But you won't find anything there? No motives whatever." "You cannot be entirely sure of that. Motives are very curious things. Well, he wasn't acquainted with Clayton in any way. He's got a perfectly innocuous past. And he seems to be perfectly right in his head. I don't know what more you want. I want to find out that Rich did not commit the crime to please the lady." Inspector Miller grinned wickedly. She's been getting at you, I suppose. Quite something, isn't she? Cherchez la femme with a vengeance. If she'd had the opportunity, you know, she might have done it herself. That, no. You'd be surprised. I once knew a woman like that. Put a couple of husbands out of the way without a blink of her innocent blue eyes. Broken-hearted each time. 2. The jury would have acquitted her if they'd had half a chance, which they hadn't. The evidence being practically cast iron. Well, my friend, let us not argue. What I make so bold as to ask is a few reliable details on the facts. What a newspaper prints is news, but not always truth. They have to enjoy themselves. What do you want time of death as near as can be? Which can't be very near, because the body wasn't examined until the following morning. Death is estimated to have taken place from 13 to 10 hours previously, that is, between 7 and 10 o'clock the night before. He was stabbed through the jugular vein. Death must have been a matter of moments. And the weapon, a kind of Italian stiletto, quite small, razor sharp. Nobody has ever seen it before, or knows where it comes from. But we shall know in the end. It's a matter of time and patience. It could not have been picked up in the course of a quarrel. No. The valet says no such thing was in the flat. What interests me is the telegram, said Poirot. The telegram that called Arnold Clayton away to Scotland. Was that summons genuine? No. There was no hitch or trouble up there. The land transfer, or whatever it was proceeding normally. Then who sent that telegram? I am presuming there was a telegram. There must have been. Not that we'd necessarily believe Mrs. Clayton, but Clayton told the valet he was called by wire to Scotland. And he also told Commander McLaren. What time did he see Commander McLaren? They had a snack together at their club. Combined services, that was at about 7:15. Then Clayton took a taxi to Rich's flat, arriving there just before 8 o'clock. After that, Miller spread his hands out. Anybody notice anything at all odd about Rich's manner that evening? Oh well, you know what people are. Once a thing has happened, people think they noticed a lot of things. I bet they never saw it all. Mrs. Spence, now. She says he was distrait all the evening. Didn't always answer to the point, as though he had something on his mind. I bet he had, too. If he had a body in the chest, wondering how the hell to get rid of it. Why didn't he get rid of it? It beats me. Lost his nerve. Perhaps, but it was madness to leave it until next day. He had the best chance he'd ever have that night. There's no night porter on. He could have got his car round-packed, the body in the boot. It's a big boot, driven out in the country, and parked it somewhere. He might have been seen getting the body into the car, but the flats are in a side street, and there's a courtyard you drive a car through. At, say, 3 in the morning, he had a reasonable chance. And what does he do? Goes to bed, sleeps late the next morning, and wakes up to find the police in the flat. He went to bed and slept well, as an innocent man might do. Have it that way if you like. But do you really believe that yourself? I shall have to leave that question until I have seen the man myself. Think you know an innocent man when you see one? It's not so easy as that. I know it is not easy, and I should not attempt to say I could do it. What I want to make up my mind about is whether the man is as stupid as he seems to be. Poirot had no intention of seeing Charles rich until he had seen everyone else. He started with Commander McLaren. McLaren was a tall, swarthy, uncommunicative man. He had a rugged but pleasant face. He was a shy man and not easy to talk to. But Poirot persevered. Fingering Margarita's note, McLaren said almost reluctantly, "Well, if Margarita wants me to tell you all I can, of course I'll do so. Don't know what there is to tell. Though, you've heard it all already. But whatever Margarita wants, I've always done what she wanted ever since she was 16. She's got a way with her." "You know, I know," said Poirot. He went on, "First, I should like you to answer a question quite frankly. Do you think Major Rich is guilty?" "Yes, I do. I wouldn't say so to Margarita if she wants to think he's innocent, but I simply can't see it any other way. Hang it all. The fellow's got to be guilty. Was there bad feeling between him and Mr. Mr. Clayton? Not in the least. Arnold and Charles were the best of friends. That's what makes the whole thing so extraordinary. Perhaps Major Rich's friendship with Mrs. Clayton." He was interrupted. "Fog, all that stuff. All the papers slyly hinting at it. Damned innuendos, Mrs. Clayton and Rich were good friends, and that's all. Margarita's got lots of friends. I'm her friend, been one for years, and nothing the whole world mightn't know about it. Same with Charles and Margarita. You do not then consider that they were having an affair together? Certainly not." McLaren was wrathful. "Don't go listening to that hellcat Spence woman. She'd say anything." But perhaps Mr. Clayton suspected there might be something between his wife and Major Rich. You can take it from me. He did nothing of the sort. I'd have known if so. Arnold and I were very close. What sort of man was he, you, if anyone, should know? Well, Arnold was a quiet sort of chap, but he was clever, quite brilliant, I believe. What they call a first-class financial brain. He was quite high up in the treasury. You know, so I have heard. He read a good deal, and he collected stamps, and he was extremely fond of music. He didn't dance or care much for going out. Was it, do you think, a happy marriage?" Commander McLaren's answer did not come quickly. He seemed to be puzzling it out. That sort of thing's very hard to say. "Yes, I think they were happy. He was devoted to her, in his quiet way. I'm sure she was fond of him. They weren't likely to split up, if that's what you're thinking. They hadn't. Perhaps a lot in common." Poirot nodded. It was as much as he was likely to get. He said, "Now, tell me about that last evening. Mr. Clayton dined with you at the club. What did he say? Told me he'd got to go to Scotland. Seemed vexed about it. We didn't have dinner. By the way, no time. Just sandwiches and a drink. For him. That is, I only had the drink. I was going out to a buffet supper. Remember? Mr. Clayton mentioned a telegram. Yes, he did not actually show you the telegram, no. Did he say he was going to call on Rich? Not definitely. In fact, he said he doubted if he'd have time. He said, Margarita can explain or you can. And then he said, see she gets home all right, won't you? Then he went off. It was all quite natural and easy. He had no suspicion at all that the telegram wasn't genuine, wasn't it? Commander McLaren looked startled. Apparently not. How very odd. Commander McLaren went into a kind of coma, emerging suddenly to say, "But that really is odd. I mean, what's the point? Why should anybody want him to go to Scotland?" "It is a question that needs answering, certainly." Hercule Poirot left, leaving the commander apparently still puzzling on the matter. The Spences lived in a minute house in Chelsea. Linda Spence received Poirot with the utmost delight. "Do tell me," she said. "Tell me all about Margarita. Where is she that I am not at liberty to state?" "Madam, she has hidden herself well. Margarita is very clever at that sort of thing, but she'll be called to give evidence at the trial. I suppose she can't wiggle herself out of that." Poirot looked at her appraisingly. He decided grudgingly that she was attractive in the modern style, which at that moment resembled an underfed orphan child. It was not a type he admired. The artistically disordered hair fluffed out round her head. A pair of shrewd eyes watched him from a slightly dirty face, devoid of makeup, save for a vivid cerise mouth. She wore an enormous, pale yellow sweater, hanging almost to her knees, and tight, black trousers. "What's your part in all this?" demanded Mrs. Spence. "Get the boyfriend out of it somehow. Is that it? What a hope. You think, then, that he is guilty, of course. Who else?" That, Poirot thought, was very much the question. He parried it by asking another question. "What did Major Rich seem to you like on that fatal evening? As usual, or not as usual?" Linda Spence screwed up her eyes judicially. "No, he wasn't himself. He was different." "How different?" "Well, surely. If you've just stabbed a man in cold blood, but you were not aware at the time that he had just stabbed a man in cold blood. Were you?" "No, of course not." "So how did you account for his being different? In what way?" "Well, distrait. Oh, I don't know. But thinking it over afterwards, I decided that there had definitely been something." Poirot sighed. "Who arrived first?" "We did, Jim and I. And then Jock. And finally, Margarita." "When was Mr. Clayton's departure for Scotland first mentioned?" "When Margarita came. She said to Charles Arnold's terribly sorry. He's had to rush off to Edinburgh by the night train. And Charles said, 'Oh, that's too bad.' And then Jock said, 'Sorry, thought you already knew.' And then we had drinks. Major Rich at no time mentioned seeing Mr. Clayton that evening. He said nothing of his having called in on his way to the station. Not that I heard. It was strange, was it not?" said Poirot. "About that telegram? What was strange? It was a fake. Nobody in Edinburgh knows anything about it. So that's it. I wondered at the time. You have an idea about the telegram. I should say it rather leaps to the eye." "How do you mean exactly, my dear man?" said Linda. "Don't play the innocent." "Unknown hoaxer gets the husband out of the way. For that night, at all events, the coast is clear. You mean that Major Rich and Mrs. Clayton planned to spend the night together. You have heard of such things, haven't you?" Linda looked amused. "And the telegram was sent by one or the other of them. It wouldn't surprise me. Major Rich and Mrs. Clayton were having an affair together, you think? Let's say I shouldn't be surprised if they were. I don't know it for a fact. Did Mr. Clayton suspect Arnold was an extraordinary person? He was all bottled up, if you know what I mean. I think he did know, but he was the kind of man who would never have let on. Anyone would think he was a dry stick with no feelings at all. But I'm pretty sure he wasn't like that underneath. The queer thing is that I should have been much less surprised if Arnold had stabbed Charles than the other way about. I've an idea Arnold was really an insanely jealous person. That is interesting, though it's more likely, really, that he'd have done in Margarita. Othello, that sort of thing. Margarita, you know, had an extraordinary effect on men. She is a good-looking woman, said Poirot with judicious understatement. It was more than that. She had something. She would get men all her up mad about her and turn round and look at them with a sort of wide-eyed surprise that drove them barmy. Une femme fatale. That's probably the foreign name for it. You know her well. My dear, she's one of my best friends, and I wouldn't trust her an inch. Ah, said Poirot, and shifted the subject to Commander McLaren. Jock. Old Faithful. He's a pet, born to be the friend of the family. He and Arnold were really close friends. I think Arnold unbent to him more than to anyone else. And of course he was Margarita's tame cat. He'd been devoted to her for years, and was Mr. Clayton jealous of him? Too jealous of Jock. What an idea. Margarita's genuinely fond of Jock, but she's never given him a thought of that kind. I don't think, really, that one ever would. I don't know why. It seems a shame. He's so nice. Poirot switched to consideration of the valet, but beyond saying vaguely that he mixed a very good sidecar, Linda Spence seemed to have no ideas about Burgess, and indeed seemed barely to have noticed him. But she was quite quick in the uptake. You're thinking, I suppose, that he could have killed Arnold just as easily as Charles could. It seems to me madly unlikely. That remark depresses me, Madame. But then, it seems to me, though you will probably not agree, that it is madly unlikely, not that Major Rich should kill Arnold Clayton, but that he should kill him in just the way he did. Stiletto stuff? Yes, definitely not in character. More likely the blunt instrument. Or he might have strangled him. Perhaps Poirot sighed. We are back at Othello. Yes, Othello. You have given me there a little idea. Have I? I what? There was the sound of a latchkey and an opening door. Oh, here's Jeremy. Do you want to talk to him? Jeremy Spence was a pleasant-looking man of 30-odd, well-groomed, and almost ostentatiously discreet. Mrs. Spence said that she had better go and have a look at a casserole in the kitchen, and went off, leaving the two men together. Jeremy Spence displayed none of the engaging candor of his wife. He was clearly disliking very much being mixed up in the case at all, and his remarks were carefully non-informative. They had known the Claytons some time. Rich not so well. Had seemed a pleasant fellow. As far as he could remember, Rich had seemed absolutely as usual on the evening in question. Clayton and Rich always seemed on good terms. The whole thing seemed quite unaccountable. Throughout the conversation, Jeremy Spence was making it clear that he expected Poirot to take his departure. He was civil, but only just so. "I am afraid," said Poirot, "that you do not like these questions. Well, we've had quite a session of this with the police. I rather feel that's enough. We've told all we know or saw. Now, I'd like to forget it. You have my sympathy. It is most unpleasant to be mixed up in this, to be asked not only what you know or what you saw, but perhaps even what you think best not to think. But can one avoid it? Do you think, for instance, that Mrs. Mao Clayton was in it, too? Did she plan the death of her husband with rich good lord? No." Spence sounded shocked and dismayed. "I'd no idea that there was any question of such a thing. Has your wife not suggested such a possibility? Oh, Linda, you know what women are always got their knife into each other. Margarita never gets much of a show from her own sex, a darned sight too attractive. But surely, this theory about Rich and Margarita planning murder, that's fantastic. Such things have been known. The weapon, for instance. It is the kind of weapon a woman might possess, rather than a man. Do you mean the police have traced it to her?" "They can't have. I mean, I know nothing," said Poirot truthfully, and escaped hastily. From the consternation on Spence's face, he judged that he had left that gentleman something to think about. "You will forgive my saying, Poirot, that I cannot see how you can be of assistance to me in any way." Poirot did not answer. He was looking thoughtfully at the man who had been charged with the murder of his friend, Arnold Clayton. He was looking at the firm jaw, the narrow head, a lean brown man, athletic and sinewy, something of the greyhound about him, a man whose face gave nothing away, and who was receiving his visitor with a marked lack of cordiality. "I quite understand that Mrs. Clayton sent you to see me with the best intentions, but quite frankly, I think she was unwise. Unwise both for her own sake and mine." "You mean," Rich gave a nervous glance over his shoulder. But the attendant warder was the regulation distance away. Rich lowered his voice. "They've got to find a motive for this ridiculous accusation. They'll try to bring that there was an association between Mrs. Clayton and myself. That, as I know Mrs. Clayton will have told you, is quite untrue. We are friends, nothing more. But surely it is advisable that she should make no move on my behalf." Hercule Poirot ignored the point. Instead, he picked out a word. "You said this ridiculous accusation, but it is not that. You know, I did not kill Arnold Clayton. Call it, then, a false accusation. Say the accusation is not true, but it is not ridiculous. On the contrary, it is highly plausible. You must know that very well. I can only tell you that to me, it seems fantastic. Saying that will be of very little use to you. We must think of something more useful than that. I am represented by solicitors. They have briefed, I understand, eminent counsel to appear for my defense. I cannot accept your use of the word we." Unexpectedly, Poirot smiled. "Ah," he said, in his most foreign manner, "that is the flea in the ear you give me. Very well, I go. I wanted to see you. I have seen you. Already I have looked up your career. You passed high up into Sandhurst. You passed into the Staff College. And so on and so on. I have made my own judgment of you today. You are not a stupid man. And what has all that got to do with it? Everything. It is impossible that a man of your ability should commit a murder in the way this one was committed. Very well. You are innocent. Tell me now about your manservant Burgess. Burgess. Yes. If you didn't kill Clayton, Burgess must have done so. The conclusion seems inescapable. But why? There must be a why. You are the only person who knows Burgess well enough to make a guess at it. Why? Major Rich. Why, I can't imagine. I simply can't see it. Oh. I've followed the same line of reasoning as you have. Yes. Burgess had opportunity, the only person who had except myself. The trouble is, I just can't believe it. Burgess is not the sort of man you can imagine murdering anybody. What do your legal advisors think? Rich's lips set in a grim line. My legal advisors spend their time asking me, in a persuasive way, if it isn't true that I have suffered all my life from blackouts when I don't really know what I am doing. As bad as that, said Poirot. Well, perhaps we shall find it is Burgess who is subject to blackouts. It is always an idea. The weapon now, they showed it to you and asked you if it was yours. It was not mine. I had never seen it before. It was not yours. No. But are you quite sure you had never seen it before? No. Was there a faint hesitation? It's a kind of ornamental toy, really. One sees things like that lying about in people's houses, in a woman's drawing room. Perhaps in Mrs. Clayton's drawing room. Certainly not. The last word came out loudly, and the warder looked up. Très bien. Certainly not, and there is no need to shout. But somewhere, at some time, you have seen something very like it. I am right. I do not think so. In some curio shop. Perhaps. Very likely. Poirot rose. I take my leave. And now, said Hercule Poirot. For Burgess. Yes, at long last, for Burgess. He had learnt something about the people in the case, from themselves, and from each other. But nobody had given him any knowledge of Burgess. No clue, no hint of what kind of a man he was. When he saw Burgess, he realized why. The valet was waiting for him at Major Rich's flat. Apprised of his arrival by a telephone call from Commander McLaren. I am, Hercule Poirot? Yes, sir. I was expecting you. Burgess held back the door with a deferential hand, and Poirot entered. A small square entrance hall, a door on the left, open, leading into the sitting room. Burgess relieved Poirot of his hat and coat and followed him into the sitting room. Ah, said Poirot, looking round. It was here, then, that it happened. Yes, sir. A quiet fellow. Burgess. White-faced. A little weedy. Awkward shoulders and elbows. A flat voice with a provincial accent that Poirot did not know. From the East Coast, perhaps. Rather a nervous man. Perhaps, but otherwise no definite characteristics. It was hard to associate him with positive action of any kind. Could one postulate a negative killer? He had those pale blue, rather shifty eyes that unobservant people often equate with dishonesty. Yet a liar can look you in the face with a bold and confident eye. What is happening to the flat? Poirot inquired. I'm still looking after it. Sir, Major Rich arranged for my pay, and to keep it nice until the eyes shifted uncomfortably. Until agreed, Poirot, he added in a matter-of-fact manner. I should say that Major Rich will almost certainly be committed for trial. The case will come up probably within 3 months. Burgess shook his head, not in denial, simply in perplexity. It really doesn't seem possible, he said. That Major Rich should be a murderer, the whole thing. That chest. His eyes went across the room. Ah, so that is the famous chest. It was a mammoth piece of furniture, of very dark polished wood, studded with brass, with a great brass hasp and antique lock. A handsome affair. Poirot went over to it. It stood against the wall near the window, next to a modern cabinet for holding records. On the other side of it was a door, half ajar. The door was partly masked by a big painted leather screen. That leads into Major Rich's bedroom, said Burgess. Poirot nodded. His eyes traveled to the other side of the room. There were 2 stereophonic record players, each on a low table, trailing cords of snake-like flecks. There were easy chairs, a big table. On the walls were a set of Japanese prints. It was a handsome room, comfortable, but not luxurious. He looked back at William Burgess. The discovery, he said kindly, must have been a great shock to you. Oh, it was, sir. I'll never forget it. The valet rushed into speech. Words poured from him. He felt, perhaps, that by telling the story often enough, he might at last expunge it from his mind. I'd gone round the room, sir, clearing up, glasses and so on. I'd just stooped to pick up a couple of olives off the floor, and I saw it on the rug. A rusty dark stain. No, the rug's gone now. To the cleaners. The police had done with it, whatever's that, I thought. Saying to myself, almost in joke, like, really it might be blood, but where does it come from? What got spilt? And then I saw it was from the chest down the side, here, where there's a crack, and I said, still not thinking anything, well, whatever. And I lifted up the lid like this. He suited the action to the word, and there it was, the body of a man lying on his side, doubled up like he might be asleep, and that nasty foreign knife, or dagger thing, sticking up out of his neck. I'll never forget it. Never. Not as long as I live at the shock, not expecting it. You understand. He breathed deeply. I let the lid fall, and I ran out of the flat and down to the street, looking for a policeman, and lucky. I found one just round the corner. Poirot regarded him reflectively. The performance, if it was a performance, was very good. He began to be afraid that it was not a performance, that it was just how things had happened. You did not think of awakening first Major Rich? He asked. It never occurred to me. Sir, what with the shock, I just wanted to get out of here. He swallowed, and get help. Poirot nodded. Did you realize that it was Mr. Clayton? He asked. I ought to have. Sir, but you know, I don't believe I did. Of course, as soon as I got back with the police officer, I said, why, it's Mr. Clayton. And he says, who's Mr. Clayton? And I says, he was here last night. Ah, said Poirot, last night. Do you remember exactly when it was Mr. Clayton arrived here? Not to the minute, but as near as not 7:45, I'd say. You knew him well. He and Mrs. Clayton had been here quite frequently during the 1.5 years. I've been employed here. Did he seem quite as usual? I think so. A little out of breath, but I took it he'd been hurrying. He was catching a train, or so he said. He had a bag with him, I suppose. As he was going to Scotland, sir, I imagine he was keeping a taxi down below. Was he disappointed to find that Major Rich was out, not to notice? Just said he'd scribble a note. He came in here and went over to the desk, and I went back to the kitchen. I was a little behindhand with the anchovy eggs. The kitchen's at the end of the passage. You don't hear very well from there. I didn't hear him go out, or the master come in, but then I wouldn't expect to. And the next thing, Major Rich called me. He was standing in the door here. He said he'd forgotten Mrs. Spence's Turkish cigarettes. I was to hurry out and get them. So I did. I brought them back and put them on the table in here. Of course, I took it that Mr. Clayton had left by then to get his train, and nobody else came to the flat during the time Major Rich was out. And you were in the kitchen. No, sir, no one. Can you be sure of that? How could anyone, sir? They'd have had to ring the bell. Poirot shook his head. How could anyone, the Spences and McLaren, and also Mrs. Clayton could? He already knew. Account for every minute of their time. McLaren had been with acquaintances at the club. The Spences had had a couple of friends in for a drink before starting. Margarita Clayton had talked to a friend on the telephone at just that period. Not that he thought of any of them as possibilities. There would have been better ways of killing Arnold Clayton than following him to a flat with a manservant there and the host returning any moment. No. He had had a last-minute hope of a mysterious stranger, someone out of Clayton's apparently impeccable past, recognizing him in the street, following him here, attacking him with the stiletto, thrusting the body into the chest, and fleeing. Pure melodrama, unrelated to reason or to probabilities, in tune with romantic historical fictions matching the Spanish chest. He went back across the room to the chest. He raised the lid. It came up easily, noiselessly. In a faint voice, Burgess said, "It's been scrubbed out, sir. I saw to that." Poirot bent over it. With a faint exclamation, he bent lower. He explored with his fingers. These holes at the back and one side, they feel, as though they had been made quite recently. Holes, sir. The valet bent to see. I really couldn't say. I've never noticed them particularly. They are not very obvious, but they are there. What is their purpose? Would you say, I really wouldn't know, sir? Some animal. Perhaps I mean a beetle. Something of that kind. Something that gnaws wood. Some animal, said Poirot. I wonder. He stepped back across the room. When you came in here with the cigarettes, was there anything at all about this room that looked different? Anything at all? Chairs moved. Table. Something of that kind. It's odd you're saying that, sir. Now you come to mention it. There was that screen there that cuts off the draft from the bedroom door. It was moved over a bit more to the left. Like this Poirot moves swiftly, a little more still. That's right. The screen had already masked about half of the chest. The way it was now arranged, it almost hid the chest altogether. Why did you think it had been moved? I didn't think, sir. Another Miss Lemon. Burgess added doubtfully. I suppose it leaves the way into the bedroom clearer if the ladies wanted to leave their wraps. Perhaps. But there might be another reason. Burgess looked inquiring. The screen hides the chest now, and it hides the rug below the chest. If Major Rich stabbed Mr. Clayton, blood would presently start dripping through the cracks at the base of the chest. Someone might notice, as you noticed the next morning. So, the screen was moved. I never thought of that. Sir, what are the lights like here? Strong or dim? I'll show you. Sir, quickly. The valet drew the curtains and switched on a couple of lamps. They gave a soft, mellow light, hardly strong enough even to read by. Poirot glanced up at a ceiling light. That wasn't on. Sir, it's very little used. Poirot looked round in the soft glow. The valet said, I don't believe you'd see any bloodstains. Sir, it's too dim. I think you are right. So, then, why was the screen moved? Burgess shivered. It's awful to think of a nice gentleman like Major Rich doing a thing like that. You've no doubt that he did do it. Why did he do it, Burgess? Well, he'd been through the war. Of course, he might have had a head wound, mightn't he? They do say as sometimes it all flares up years afterwards. They suddenly go all queer and don't know what they're doing. And they say as often as not, it's their nearest and dearest as they goes for. Do you think it could have been like that? Poirot gazed at him. He sighed. He turned away. No, he said. It was not like that. With the air of a conjurer, a piece of crisp paper was insinuated into Burgess's hand. Oh, thank you, sir, but really I don't. You have helped me, said Poirot, by showing me this room, by showing me what is in the room, by showing me what took place that evening. The impossible is never impossible. Remember that. I said that there were only two possibilities. I was wrong. There is a third possibility. He looked round the room again and gave a little shiver. Pull back the curtains. Let in the light and the air. This room needs it. It needs cleansing. It will be a long time, I think, before it is purified from what afflicts it, the lingering memory of hate. Burgess, his mouth open, handed Poirot his hat and coat. He seemed bewildered. Poirot, who enjoyed making incomprehensible statements, went down to the street with a brisk step. When Poirot got home, he made a telephone call to Inspector Miller. What happened to Clayton's bag? His wife said he had packed one. It was at the club. He left it with the porter. Then he must have forgotten it and gone off without it. What was in it? What you'd expect. Pajamas, extra shirt, washing things. Very thorough. What did you expect would be in it? Poirot ignored that question. He said about the stiletto. I suggest that you get hold of whatever cleaning woman attends Mrs. Spence's house. Find out if she ever saw anything like it lying about there. Mrs. Spence Miller whistled. Is that the way your mind is working? The Spences were shown the stiletto. They didn't recognize it. Ask them again. Do you mean? And then let me know what they say. I can't imagine what you think you have got hold of Reed Othello. Miller, consider the characters in Othello. We've missed out one of them. He rang off. Next he dialed Lady Chatterton. The number was engaged. He tried again a little later. Still no success. He called for George, his valet. and instructed him to continue ringing the number until he got a reply. Lady Chatterton, he knew, was an incorrigible telephoner. He sat down in a chair, carefully eased off his patent leather shoes, stretched his toes, and leaned back. "I am old," said Hercule Poirot. "I tire easily." He brightened. "But the cells, they still function." "Slowly, but they function." Othello. "Yes. Who was it said that to me?" "Ah, yes. Mrs. Spence. The bag. The screen. The body. Lying there like a man asleep. A clever murder. Premeditated. Planned. I think. Enjoyed." George announced to him that Lady Chatterton was on the line. "Hercule Poirot here." "Madame, may I speak to your guest?" "Why?" "Of course." Poirot, have you done something wonderful?" "Not yet," said Poirot. "But possibly. It marches." Presently, Margarita's voice, quiet, gentle. "Madame, when I asked you if you noticed anything out of place that evening at the party, you frowned, as though you remembered something, and then it escaped you. Would it have been the position of the screen that night?" "The screen. Why? Of course. Yes. It was not quite in its usual place. Did you dance that night?" "Part of the time." "Who did you dance with? Mostly Jeremy Spence." "He's a wonderful dancer." "Charles is good, but not spectacular. He and Linda danced, and now and then we changed. Jock McLaren doesn't dance. He got out the records and sorted them, and arranged what we'd have. You had serious music later." Yet there was a pause. Then Margarita said, Poirot, what is all this? Have you, as their hope, do you ever know, Madame, what the people around you are feeling?" Her voice, faintly surprised, said, "I suppose so." "I suppose not. I think you have no idea. I think that is the tragedy of your life. But the tragedy is for other people, not for you. Someone today mentioned to me Othello. I asked you if your husband was jealous, and you said you thought he must be, but you said it quite lightly. You said it as Desdemona might have said it, not realizing danger. She, too, recognized jealousy. But she did not understand it, because she herself never had, and never could, experience jealousy. She was, I think, quite unaware of the force of acute physical passion. She loved her husband with the romantic fervor of hero worship. She loved her friend Cassio, quite innocently, as a close companion. I think that because of her immunity to passion, she herself drove men mad. Am I making sense to you, Madame? There was a pause, and then Margarita's voice answered, cool, sweet, a little bewildered. I don't really understand what you are saying." Poirot sighed. He spoke in matter-of-fact tones. "This evening," he said, "I pay you a visit." Inspector Miller was not an easy man to persuade, but equally, Hercule Poirot was not an easy man to shake off until he had got his way. Inspector Miller grumbled, but capitulated. Though what Lady Chatterton's got to do with this? Nothing, really. She has provided asylum for a friend. That is all. About those Spences, how did you know? That stiletto came from there, it was a mere guess. Something Jeremy Spence said gave me the idea. I suggested that the stiletto belonged to Margarita Clayton. He showed that he knew positively that it did not. He paused. What did they say? He asked with some curiosity. Admitted that it was very like a toy dagger they'd once had. But it had been mislaid some weeks ago, and they had really forgotten about it. I suppose Rich pinched it from there. A man who likes to play safe. Mr. Jeremy Spence, said Hercule Poirot. He muttered to himself. Some weeks ago. Oh, yes. The planning began a long time ago. Eh? What's that? We arrive, said Poirot. The taxi drew up at Lady Chatterton's house in Carroton Street. Poirot paid the fare. Margarita Clayton was waiting for them in the room upstairs. Her face hardened when she saw Miller. I didn't know. You did not know who the friend was. I proposed to bring. Inspector Miller is not a friend of mine. That rather depends on whether you want to see justice done or not. Mrs. Clayton, your husband was murdered. And now we have to talk of who killed him, said Poirot quickly. May we sit down, Madame, slowly? Margarita sat down in a high-backed chair facing the two men. I ask, said Poirot, addressing both his hearers, to listen to me patiently. I think I now know what happened on that fatal evening at Major Rich's flat. We started, all of us, by an assumption that was not true, the assumption that there were only two persons who had the opportunity of putting the body in the chest, that is to say, Major Rich, or William Burgess. But we were wrong. There was a third person at the flat that evening who had an equally good opportunity to do so. And who was that? Demanded Miller skeptically. The lift boy. No, Arnold Clayton. What concealed his own dead body. You're crazy. Naturally not a dead body, a live one. In simple terms, he hid himself in the chest, a thing that has often been done throughout the course of history. The dead bride in the mistletoe bough, Iachimo, with designs on the virtue of Imogen, and so on. I thought of it as soon as I saw that there had been holes bored in the chest quite recently. Why? They were made so that there might be a sufficiency of air in the chest. Why was the screen moved from its usual position that evening so as to hide the chest from the people in the room? So that the hidden man could lift the lid from time to time and relieve his cramp, and hear better what went on. But why? Demanded Margarita, wide-eyed with astonishment. Why should Arnold want to hide in the chest? Is it you who ask that? Madam, your husband was a jealous man. He was also an inarticulate man, bottled up, as your friend Mrs. Spence put it. His jealousy mounted. It tortured him. Were you, or were you not, Rich's mistress? He did not know. He had to know. So a telegram from Scotland. The telegram that was never sent and that no one ever saw. The overnight bag is packed and conveniently forgotten at the club. He goes to the flat at a time when he has probably ascertained Rich will be out. He tells the valet he will write a note. As soon as he is left alone, he bores the holes in the chest, moves the screen, and climbs inside the chest. Tonight, he will know the truth. Perhaps his wife will stay behind the others. Perhaps she will go, but come back again. That night, the desperate, jealousy-racked man will know. You're not saying he stabbed himself? Miller's voice was incredulous. Nonsense. Oh no. Someone else stabbed him. Somebody who knew he was there. It was murder, all right. Carefully planned, long premeditated, murder. Think of the other characters in Othello. It is Iago we should have remembered. Subtle poisoning of Arnold Clayton's mind. Hints, suspicions. Honest Iago. The faithful friend. The man you always believe Arnold Clayton believed him. Arnold Clayton let his jealousy be played upon. Be roused to fever pitch. Was the plan of hiding in the chest Arnold's own idea? He may have thought. It was probably he did think so. And so the scene is set. The stiletto, quietly abstracted some weeks earlier, is ready. The evening comes. The lights are low. The gramophone is playing. Two couples dance. The odd man out is busy at the record cabinet, close to the Spanish chest and its masking screen. To slip behind the screen, lift the lid, and strike audacious. But quite easy, Clayton would have cried out, "Not if he were drugged," said Poirot. According to the valet, the body was lying like a man asleep. Clayton was asleep, drugged by the only man who could have drugged him, the man he had had a drink with at the club. Jock Margarita's voice rose high in childlike surprise. Jock. Not dear old Jock. Why, I've known Jock all my life. Why on earth should Jock? Poirot turned on her, turned on. Why did two Italians fight a duel? Why did a young man shoot himself? Jock McLaren is an inarticulate man. He has resigned himself, perhaps, to being the faithful friend to you and your husband. But then comes Major Rich as well. It is too much. In the darkness of hate and desire, he plans what is well nigh the perfect murder, a double murder. For Rich is almost certain to be found guilty of it, and with Rich and your husband both out of the way, he thinks that at last you may turn to him. And perhaps, madame, you would have done. She was staring at him. Wide-eyed horror struck. Stunned. Almost unconsciously, she breathed, "Perhaps. I don't know." Inspector Miller spoke with sudden authority. "This is all very well. Poirot? It's a theory, nothing more. There's not a shred of evidence. Probably not a word of it is true. It is all true, but there's no evidence. There's nothing we can act on. You are wrong. I think that McLaren, if this is put to him, will admit it. That is, if it is made clear to him that Margarita Clayton knows." Poirot paused and added, "Because, once he knows that, he has lost. The perfect murder has been in vain." The original version of this story, The Mystery of the Baghdad Chest, can be found in the volume While the Light Lasts and Other Stories. Chapter 9. The Harlequin Tea Set was first published in Winter's Crimes by Macmillan in 1971. It was the last of Agatha Christie's short stories to be published. 48 years after The Affair at the Victory Ball first appeared in the sketch in 1923. Mr. Satterthwaite clucked twice in vexation. Whether right in his assumption or not, he was more and more convinced that cars nowadays broke down far more frequently than they used to do. The only cars he trusted were old friends who had survived the test of time. They had their little idiosyncrasies, but you knew about those, provided for them, fulfilled their wants before the demand became too acute. But new cars, full of new gadgets, different kinds of windows, an instrument panel newly and differently arranged, handsome in its glistening wood but being unfamiliar. Your groping hand hovered uneasily over fog lights, windscreen wipers, the choke, etc. All these things with knobs in a place you didn't expect them. And when your gleaming new purchase failed in performance, your local garage uttered the intensely irritating words, teething troubles, splendid car, sir, these roadsters, super boss, all the latest accessories, but bound to have their teething troubles, you know, ha, ha, just as though a car was a baby. But Mr. Satterthwaite, being now of an advanced age, was strongly of the opinion that a new car ought to be fully adult, tested, inspected, and its teething troubles already dealt with before it came into its purchaser's possession. Mr. Satterthwaite was on his way to pay a weekend visit to friends in the country. His new car had already, on the way from London, given certain symptoms of discomfort and was now drawn up in a garage waiting for the diagnosis and how long it would take before he could resume progress towards his destination. His chauffeur was in consultation with a mechanic. Mr. Satterthwaite sat, striving for patience. He had assured his hosts on the telephone the night before that he would be arriving in good time for tea. He would reach Doverton Kingsbourne, he assured them, well before 4 o'clock. He clucked again in irritation and tried to turn his thoughts to something pleasant. It was no good sitting here in a state of acute irritation, frequently consulting his wristwatch, clucking once more, and giving. He had to realize a very good imitation of a hen, pleased with its prowess in laying an egg. Yes, something pleasant, yes. Now, hadn't there been something he had noticed as they were driving along? Not very long ago. Something that he had seen through the window which had pleased and excited him. But before he had had time to think about it, the car's misbehavior had become more pronounced and a rapid visit to the nearest service station had been inevitable. What was it that he had seen on the left? No, on the right. Yes, on the right as they drove slowly through the village street, next door to a post office. Yes, he was quite sure of that. Next door to a post office, because the sight of the post office had given him the idea of telephoning to the Addisons to break the news that he might be slightly late in his arrival. The post office, a village post office, and next to it, yes, definitely, next to it, next door, or if not next door, the door after. Something that had stirred old memories, and he had wanted just what was it that he had wanted. Oh dear, it would come to him presently. It was mixed up with a color. Several colors. Yes, a color or colors, or a word, some definite word that had stirred memories, thoughts, pleasures gone by, excitement, recalling something that had been vivid and alive, something in which he himself had not only seen, but observed. No, he had done more. He had taken part. Taken part in what and why? And where all sorts of places. Well, the answer came quickly at the last thought. All sorts of places. On an island. In Corsica. At Monte Carlo, watching the croupier spinning his roulette wheel. A house in the country. All sorts of places. And he had been there. And someone else. Yes, someone else. It all tied up with that. He was getting there at last. If he could just... He was interrupted at that moment by the chauffeur coming to the window with the garage mechanic in tow behind him. "Won't be long now." "Sir?" the chauffeur assured Mr. Satterthwaite cheerfully. "Matter of 10 minutes or so, not more." "Nothing seriously wrong," said the mechanic, in a low, hoarse country voice. "Teething troubles, as you might say." Mr. Satterthwaite did not cluck this time. He gnashed his own teeth, a phrase he had often read in books, and which in old age he seemed to have got into the habit of doing himself. Due, perhaps, to the slight looseness of his upper plate. Really. Teething troubled toothache. Teeth gnashing. False teeth. One's whole life centered, he thought, about teeth. Doverton Kingsbourne's only a few miles away, said the chauffeur, and they've a taxi here. You could go on in that, sir, and I'd bring the car along later as soon as it's fixed up. No, said Mr. Satterthwaite. He said the word explosively, and both the chauffeur and the mechanic looked startled. Mr. Satterthwaite's eyes were sparkling. His voice was clear and decisive. Memory had come to him. "I propose," he said, "to walk along the road we have just come by. When the car is ready, you will pick me up there. The Harlequin Cafe, I think it is called. It's not very much of a place, sir," the mechanic advised. "That is where I shall be," said Mr. Satterthwaite, speaking with a kind of regal autocracy. He walked off briskly. The two men stared after him. "Don't know what's got into him," said the chauffeur. "Never seen him like that before." The village of Kingsbourne Ducies did not live up to the old-world grandeur of its name. It was a smallish village consisting of one street, a few houses, shops that were dotted rather unevenly, sometimes betraying the fact that they were houses which had been turned into shops, or that they were shops which now existed as houses without any industrial intentions. It was not particularly old-world or beautiful. It was just simple and rather unobtrusive. Perhaps that was why, thought Mr. Satterthwaite, that a dash of brilliant color had caught his eye. Ah, here he was at the post office. The post office was a simply functioning post office with a pillar box outside, a display of some newspapers and some postcards, and surely, next to it, yes, there was the sign up above, the Harlequin Cafe. A sudden qualm struck Mr. Satterthwaite. Really, he was getting too old. He had fancies. Why should that one word stir his heart? The Harlequin Cafe. The mechanic at the service station had been quite right. It did not look like a place in which one would really be tempted to have a meal. A snack, perhaps. A morning coffee. Then why? But he suddenly realized why. Because the cafe, or perhaps one could better put it as the house that sheltered the cafe, was in two portions. One side of it had small tables with chairs round them, arranged ready for patrons who came here to eat. But the other side was a shop that sold china. It was not an antique shop. It had no little shelves of glass vases or mugs. It was a shop that sold modern goods, and the show window that gave on the street was at the present moment housing every shade of the rainbow. A tea set of largish cups and saucers, each one of a different color: blue, red, yellow, green, pink, purple, Really, Mr. Satterthwaite thought. A wonderful show of color. No wonder it had struck his eye as the car had passed slowly beside the pavement, looking ahead for any sign of a garage or a service station. It was labeled with a large card as a Harlequin Tea Set. It was the word Harlequin, of course, which had remained fixed in Mr. Satterthwaite's mind, although just far enough back in his mind so that it had been difficult to recall it. The gay colors, the Harlequin colors. And he had thought, wondered, had the absurd but exciting idea that in some way here was a call to him specially. Here, perhaps, eating a meal or purchasing cups and saucers might be his own old friend. Mr. Harley Quin. How many years was it since he had last seen Mr. Quin? A large number of years. Was it the day he had seen Mr. Quin walking away from him down a country lane? Lover's Lane, they had called it. He had always expected to see Mr. Quin again. Once a year at least, possibly twice a year. But no, that had not happened. And so today, he had had the wonderful and surprising idea that here, in the village of Kingsbourne, Deuces, he might once again find Mr. Harley Quin. Absurd of me, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Quite absurd of me. Really, the ideas one has as one gets old. He had missed Mr. Quin. Missed something that had been one of the most exciting things in the late years of his life. Someone who might turn up anywhere, and who, if he did turn up, was always an announcement that something was going to happen. Something that was going to happen to him. No, that was not quite right. Not to him, but through him. That was the exciting part. Just from the words that Mr. Quin might utter, words, things he might show him, ideas would come to Mr. Satterthwaite. He would see things. He would imagine things. He would find out things. He would deal with something that needed to be dealt with. And opposite him would sit Mr. Quin, perhaps smiling approval, something that Mr. Quin said would start the flow of ideas. The active person would be he himself. He, Mr. Satterthwaite, the man with so many old friends, a man among whose friends had been duchesses, an occasional bishop, people that counted, especially. He had to admit, people who had counted in the social world, because, after all, Mr. Satterthwaite had always been a snob. He had liked duchesses. He had liked knowing old families, families who had represented the landed gentry of England for several generations. And he had, too, an interest in young people, not necessarily socially important. Young people who were in trouble, who were in love, who were unhappy, who needed help. Because of Mr. Quin, Mr. Satterthwaite was enabled to give help. And now, like an idiot, he was looking into an unprepossessing village cafe and a shop for modern china and tea sets and casseroles, no doubt. All the same, said Mr. Satterthwaite to himself, I must go in. Now, I've been foolish enough to walk back here. I must go in just well, just in case. They'll be longer, I expect, doing the car than they say. It will be more than 10 minutes. just in case there was anything interesting inside. He looked once more at the window full of china. He appreciated suddenly that it was good china, well made, a good modern product. He looked back into the past, remembering the Duchess of Leith. He remembered what a wonderful old lady she had been. How kind she had been to her maid on the occasion of a very rough sea voyage to the island of Corsica. She had ministered to her with the kindliness of a ministering angel, and only on the next day had she resumed her autocratic, bullying manner, which the domestics of those days had seemed able to stand quite easily without any sign of rebellion. Maria. Yes, that's what the Duchess's name had been. Dear old Maria Leith. Ah, well, she had died some years ago. But she had had a Harlequin breakfast set, he remembered. Yes, big round cups in different colors, black, yellow, red, and a particularly pernicious shade of puce. Puce, he thought, must have been a favorite color of hers. She had had a Rockingham tea set, he remembered, in which the predominating color had been puce decorated with gold. Sighed Mr. Satterthwaite. Those were the days. Well, I suppose I'd better go in. Perhaps order a cup of coffee or something. It will be very full of milk, I expect, and possibly already sweetened. But still, one has to pass the time. He went in. The cafe side was practically empty. It was early. Mr. Satterthwaite supposed for people to want cups of tea. And anyway, very few people did want cups of tea nowadays. Except, that is, occasionally, elderly people in their own homes. There was a young couple in the far window and two women gossiping at a table against the back wall. I said to her. One of them was saying, I said, you can't do that sort of thing. No, it's not the sort of thing that I'll put up with. And I said the same to Henry, and he agreed with me. It shot through Mr. Satterthwaite's mind that Henry must have rather a hard life, and that no doubt he had found it always wise to agree, whatever the proposition put up to him might be. A most unattractive woman with a most unattractive friend. He turned his attention to the other side of the building, murmuring, May I just look round? There was quite a pleasant woman in charge, and she said, Oh, yes, sir. We've got a good stock at present. Mr. Satterthwaite looked at the colored cups, picked up one or two of them, examined the milk jug, picked up a china zebra and considered it, examined some ashtrays of a fairly pleasing pattern. He heard chairs being pushed back and, turning his head, noted that the two middle-aged women still discussing former grievances had paid their bill and were now leaving the shop. As they went out of the door, a tall man in a dark suit came in. He sat down at the table which they had just vacated. His back was to Mr. Satterthwaite, who thought that he had an attractive back, lean, strong, well-muscled, but rather dark and sinister-looking, because there was very little light in the shop. Mr. Satterthwaite looked back again at the ashtrays. I might buy an ashtray so as not to cause a disappointment to the shop owner, he thought. As he did so, the sun came out suddenly. He had not realized that the shop had looked dim because of the lack of sunshine. The sun must have been under a cloud for some time. It had clouded over. He remembered, at about the time they had got to the service station. But now there was this sudden burst of sunlight. It caught up the colors of the china, and through a colored glass window of somewhat ecclesiastical pattern which must, Mr. Satterthwaite thought, have been left over in the original Victorian house. The sun came through the window and lit up the dingy cafe. In some curious way, it lit up the back of the man who had just sat down there. Instead of a dark black silhouette, there was now a festoon of colors, red and blue and yellow, and suddenly Mr. Satterthwaite realized that he was looking at exactly what he had hoped to find. His intuition had not played him false. He knew who it was who had just come in and sat down there. He knew so well that he had no need to wait until he could look at the face. He turned his back on the china, went back into the cafe, round the corner of the round table, and sat down opposite the man who had just come in. "Mr. Quin," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "I knew somehow it was going to be you." Mr. Quin smiled. "You always know so many things," he said. "It's a long time since I've seen you," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Does time matter?" said Mr. Quin. "Perhaps not. You may be right. Perhaps not. May I offer you some refreshment?" "Is there any refreshment to be had?" said Mr. Satterthwaite doubtfully. "I suppose you must have come in for that purpose." "One is never quite sure of one's purpose," is one said. "Mr. Quin, I am so pleased to see you again," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "I'd almost forgotten, you know. I mean forgotten the way you talk, the things you say, the things you make me think of, the things you make me do. I make you do. You are so wrong. You have always known yourself just what you wanted to do, and why you want to do them, and why you know so well that they have to be done. I only feel that when you are here." "Oh no," said Mr. Quin lightly. "I have nothing to do with it. I am just, as I've often told you, I am just passing by. That is all. Today you are passing by through Kingsbourne Deuces, and you are not passing by. You are going to a definite place. Am I right? I'm going to see a very old friend. A friend I have not seen for a good many years. He's old now, somewhat crippled. He has had one stroke. He has recovered from it quite well. But one never knows. Does he live by himself? Not now. I am glad to say. His family have come back from abroad. What is left of his family, that is. They have been living with him now for some months. I am glad to be able to come and see them again altogether. Those, that's to say, that I have seen before. And those that I have not seen. You mean children. Children and grandchildren. Mr. Satterthwaite sighed. Just for a moment, he was sad that he had had no children, and no grandchildren, and no great-grandchildren himself. He did not usually regret it at all. "They have some special Turkish coffee here," said Mr. Quin, "really good of its kind. Everything else is, as you have guessed, rather unpalatable. But one can always have a cup of Turkish coffee, can one not? Let us have one, because I suppose you will soon have to get on with your pilgrimage, or whatever it is." In the doorway came a small black dog. He came and sat down by the table and looked up at Mr. Quin. "Your dog," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Yes, let me introduce you to Hermes." He stroked the black dog's head. "Coffee," he said. "Tell Ali." The black dog walked from the table through a door at the back of the shop. They heard him give a short, incisive bark. Presently he reappeared, and with him came a young man with a very dark complexion, wearing an emerald green pullover. "Coffee." "Ali," said Mr. Quin. "2 coffees. Turkish coffee." "That's right, isn't it, sir?" He smiled and disappeared. The dog sat down again. "Tell me," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Tell me where you've been and what you have been doing, and why I have not seen you for so long. I have just told you that time really means nothing. It is clear in my mind, and I think it is clear in yours, the occasion when we last met. A very tragic occasion," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "I do not really like to think of it, because of death. But death is not always a tragedy. I have told you that before." "No," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Perhaps that death, the one we are both thinking of, was not a tragedy. But all the same, it is life that really matters." "You are quite right, of course," said Mr. Quin. "Quite right. It is life that matters. We do not want someone young, someone who is happy, or could be happy, to die. Neither of us want that, do we? That is the reason why we must always save a life when the command comes. Have you got a command for me? Me command for you?" Harley Quin's long, sad face brightened into its peculiarly charming smile. "I have no commands for you, Mr. Satterthwaite. I have never had commands. You yourself know things, see things, know what to do. Do them. It has nothing to do with me." "Oh, yes, it has," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "You're not going to change my mind on that point. But tell me, where have you been during what it is too short to call time?" "Well, I have been here and there, in different countries, different climates, different adventures, but mostly, as usual, just passing by. I think it is more for you to tell me not only what you have been doing, but what you are going to do now, more about where you are going, who you are going to meet, your friends, what they are like. Oh, of course I will tell you. I should enjoy telling you, because I have been wondering, thinking you know about these friends I'm going to. When you have not seen a family for a long time, when you have not been closely connected with them for many years, it is always a nervous moment when you are going to resume old friendships and old ties. You are so right," said Mr. Quin. The Turkish coffee was brought in little cups of oriental pattern. Ali placed them with a smile and departed. Mr. Satterthwaite sipped approvingly. "As sweet as love, as black as night, and as hot as hell. That is the old Arab phrase. Isn't it?" Harley smiled over his shoulder and nodded. "Yes," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "I must tell you where I am going through what I am doing hardly matters. I am going to renew old friendships, to make acquaintance with the younger generation. Tom Addison as I have said, is a very old friend of mine. We did many things together in our young days. Then, as often happens, life parted us. He was in the diplomatic service, went abroad for several foreign posts in turn. Sometimes I went and stayed with him. Sometimes I saw him when he was home in England. One of his early posts was in Spain. He married a Spanish girl, a very beautiful, dark girl called Pilar. He loved her very much. They had children, 2 daughters, a fair-haired baby like her father called Lily, and a second daughter, Maria, who took after her Spanish mother. I was Lily's godfather. Naturally, I did not see either of the children very often. 2 or 3 times a year, either I gave a party for Lily or went to see her at her school. She was a sweet and lovely person, very devoted to her father, and he was very devoted to her. But in between these meetings, these revivals of friendship, we went through some difficult times. You will know about it as well as I do. I and my contemporaries had difficulties in meeting through the war years. Lily married a pilot in the Air Force, a fighter pilot. Until the other day, I had even forgotten his name. Simon Gilliatt, Squadron Leader Gilliatt. He was killed in the war. No. He came through safely. After the war, he resigned from the Air Force, and he and Lily went out to Kenya as so many did. They settled there, and they lived very happily. They had a son, a little boy called Roland. Later, when he was at school in England, I saw him once or twice. The last time, I think, was when he was 12 years old. A nice boy. He had red hair like his father. I've not seen him since, so I am looking forward to seeing him today. He is 23, 24 now. Time goes on, so. Is he married? No. Well, not yet. Prospects of marriage. Well, I wondered from something Tom Addison said in his letter. There is a girl cousin. The younger daughter, Maria, married the local doctor. I never knew her very well. It was rather sad. She died in childbirth. Her little girl was called Inez, a family name chosen by her Spanish grandmother. As it happens, I have only seen Inez once since she grew up. A dark, Spanish type, very much like her grandmother. But I am boring you with all this. No, I want to hear it. It is very interesting to me. I wonder why, said Mr. Satterthwaite. He looked at Mr. Quin with that slight air of suspicion which sometimes came to him. You want to know all about this family? Why, so that I can picture it, perhaps, in my mind. Well, this house I am going to. Doverton Kingsbourne, it is called. It is quite a beautiful old house. Not so spectacular as to invite tourists or to be open to visitors on special days. Just a quiet country house to live in by an Englishman who has served his country and comes back to enjoy a mellow life when the age of retirement comes. Tom was always fond of country life. He enjoyed fishing. He was a good shot, and we had very happy days together in his family home of his boyhood. I spent many of my own holidays as a boy at Doverton Kingsbourne, and all through my life I have had that image in my mind. No place like Doverton Kingsbourne, no other house to touch it. Every time I drove near it, I would make a detour perhaps, and just past to see the view through a gap in the trees of the long lane that runs in front of the house. Glimpses of the river where we used to fish, and of the house itself. And I would remember all the things that Tom and I did together. He has been a man of action, a man who has done things. And I have just been an old bachelor. You have been more than that, said Mr. Quin. You have been a man who made friends, who had many friends, and who has served his friends well. Well, if I can think that, perhaps you are being too kind. Not at all. You are very good company besides. The stories you can tell, the things you've seen, the places you have visited, the curious things that have happened in your life. You could write a whole book on them. Said Mr. Quin, I should make you the main character in it if I did. No, you would not. Said Mr. Quin, I am the one who passes by. That is all. But go on. Tell me more. Well, this is just a family chronicle that I'm telling you. As I say, there were long periods, years of time when I did not see any of them, but they have been always my old friends. I saw Tom and Pilar until the time when Pilar died. She died rather young. Unfortunately, Lily, my godchild, Inez, the quiet doctor's daughter who lives in the village with her father. How old is the daughter Inez? Is 19 or 20, I think. I shall be glad to make friends with her. So it is on the whole a happy chronicle. Not entirely. Lily, my godchild, the one who went to Kenya with her husband, was killed there in an automobile accident. She was killed outright, leaving behind her a baby of barely a year old. Little Roland, Simon, her husband, was quite broken-hearted. They were an unusually happy couple. However, the best thing happened to him that could happen. I suppose he married again, a young widow, who was the widow of a squadron leader, a friend of his, and who also had been left with a baby the same age. Little Timothy and little Roland had only 2 or 3 months in age between them. Simon's marriage, I believe, has been quite happy, though I've not seen them, of course, because they continued to live in Kenya. The boys were brought up like brothers. They went to the same school in England and spent their holidays usually in Kenya. I have not seen them, of course, for many years. Well, you know what has happened in Kenya. Some people have managed to stay on. Some people, friends of mine, have gone to Western Australia and have settled again happily there with their families. Some have come home to this country. Simon Gilliatt and his wife and their 2 children left Kenya. It was not the same to them. And so they came home and accepted the invitation that has always been given them and renewed every year by old Tom Addison. They have come, his son-in-law, his son-in-law's second wife, and the 2 children, now grown-up boys, or rather young men. They have come to live as a family there, and they are happy. Tom's other grandchild, Inez Horton, as I told you, lives in the village with her father, the doctor, and she spends a good deal of her time, I gather, at Doverton Kingsbourne with Tom Addison, who is very devoted to his granddaughter. They sound all very happy together there. He has urged me several times to come there and meet them all again. And so I accepted the invitation, just for a weekend. It will be sad in some ways to see dear old Tom again, somewhat crippled, with perhaps not a very long expectation of life, but still cheerful and gay, as far as I can make out, and to see also the old house again, Doverton Kingsbourne, tied up with all my boyish memories. When one has not lived a very eventful life, when nothing has happened to one personally, and that is true of me. The things that remain with you are the friends, the houses, and the things you did as a child and a boy and a young man. There is only one thing that worries me. You should not be worried. What is it that worries you? That I might be disappointed. The house one remembers, one has dreams of. When one might come to see it again, it would not be as you remembered it or dreamt it. A new wing would have been added. The garden would have been altered. All sorts of things can have happened to it. It is a very long time, really, since I have been there. I think your memories will go with you, said Mr. Quin. I am glad you are going there. I have an idea, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Come with me. Come with me on this visit. You need not fear that you'll not be welcome. Dear Tom Addison is the most hospitable fellow in the world. Any friend of mine would immediately be a friend of his. Come with me. You must, I insist, making an impulsive gesture. Mr. Satterthwaite nearly knocked his coffee cup off the table. He caught it just in time. At that moment, the shop door was pushed open, ringing its old-fashioned bell as it did so. A middle-aged woman came in. She was slightly out of breath and looked somewhat hot. She was good-looking still, with a head of auburn hair only just touched here and there with gray. She had that clear, ivory-colored skin that so often goes with reddish hair and blue eyes, and she had kept her figure well. The newcomer swept a quick glance round the cafe and turned immediately into the china shop. "Oh!" she exclaimed. "You've still got some of the Harlequin cups." "Yes, Mrs. Gilliatt. We had a new stock arrived in yesterday." "Oh, I'm so pleased. I really have been very worried. I rushed down here. I took one of the boys' motorbikes. They'd gone off somewhere, and I couldn't find either of them. But I really had to do something. There was an unfortunate accident this morning with some of the cups, and we've got people arriving for tea and a party this afternoon. So, if you can give me a blue and a green, and perhaps I'd better have another red one as well in case. That's the worst of these different colored cups, isn't it? Well, I know they do say, as it's a disadvantage, and you can't always replace the particular color you want. Mr. Satterthwaite's head had gone over his shoulder now, and he was looking with some interest at what was going on. Mrs. Gilliatt, the shopwoman had said, but of course, he realized it now. This must be. He rose from his seat, half hesitating, and then took a step or two into the shop. "Excuse me," he said, "but are you Mrs. Gilliatt from Doverton Kingsbourne?" "Oh, yes, I am Beryl Gilliatt. Do you, She looked at him, wrinkling her brows a little. An attractive woman. Mr. Satterthwaite thought. Rather a hard face, perhaps, but competent. So this was Simon Gilliatt's second wife. She hadn't got the beauty of Lily, but she seemed an attractive woman, pleasant and efficient. Suddenly a smile came to Mrs. Gilliatt's face. "I do believe, yes, of course, my father-in-law, Tom, has got a photograph of you, and you must be the guest we are expecting this afternoon. You must be Mr. Satterthwaite." "Exactly," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "That is who I am. But I shall have to apologize very much for being so much later in arriving than I... But unfortunately, my car has had a breakdown. It's in the garage now being attended to." "Oh, how miserable for you. But what a shame. But it's not tea time yet. Don't worry, we've put it off anyway." As you probably heard, I ran down to replace a few cups which unfortunately got swept off a table this morning. Whenever one has anyone to lunch or tea or dinner, something like that always happens. "There you are, Mrs. Gilead," said the woman in the shop. "I'll wrap them up in here. Shall I put them in a box for you? No. If you'll just put some paper around them and put them in this shopping bag of mine, they'll be quite all right that way. If you are returning to Doverton Kingsbourne," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "I could give you a lift in my car. It will be arriving from the garage any moment now." "That's very kind of you. I wish really I could accept. But I've simply got to take the motorbike back. The boys will be miserable without it. They're going somewhere this evening. Let me introduce you," said Mr. Satterthwaite. He turned towards Mr. Quin, who had risen to his feet and was now standing quite near. "This is an old friend of mine, Mr. Harley Quin, whom I have just happened to run across here. I've been trying to persuade him to come along to Doverton Kingsbourne. Would it be possible, do you think, for Tom to put up yet another guest for tonight?" "Oh, I'm sure it would be quite all right," said Beryl Gilead. "I'm sure he'd be delighted to see another friend of yours. Perhaps it's a friend of his as well." "No," said Mr. Quin. "I've never met Mr. Addison, though I've often heard my friend, Mr. Satterthwaite, speak of him." "Well then, do let Mr. Satterthwaite bring you. We should be delighted." "I am very sorry," said Mr. Quin. "Unfortunately, I have another engagement." Indeed, he looked at his watch. "I must start for it immediately. I am late already, which is what comes of meeting old friends. Here you are." "Mrs. Gilead," said the saleswoman. "It'll be quite all right. I think, in your bag." Beryl Gilead put the parcel carefully into the bag she was carrying, then said to Mr. Satterthwaite, "Well, see you presently. Tea isn't until 5:15, so don't worry. I'm so pleased to meet you at last, having heard so much about you, always both from Simon and from my father-in-law." She said a hurried goodbye to Mr. Quin and went out of the shop. "Bit of a hurry she's in, isn't she?" said the shop woman. "But she's always like that. Gets through a lot in a day, I'd say." The sound of the bicycle outside was heard as it revved up. "Quite a character, isn't she?" said Mr. Satterthwaite. "It would seem so," said Mr. Quin. "And I really can't persuade you I'm only passing by," said Mr. Quin. "And when shall I see you again, I wonder now?" "Oh, it will not be very long," said Mr. Quin. "I think you will recognize me when you do see me. Have you nothing more to tell me? Nothing more to explain?" "To explain what?" "To explain why I have met you here. You are a man of considerable knowledge," said Mr. Quin. "One word might mean something to you. I think it would, and it might come in useful What word Daltonism? Said Mr. Quin. He smiled. I don't think Mr. Satterthwaite frowned for a moment. Yes, yes, I do know, only just for the moment. I can't remember. Goodbye for the present, said Mr. Quin. Here is your car. At that moment, the car was indeed pulling up by the post office door. Mr. Satterthwaite went out to it. He was anxious not to waste more time and keep his hosts waiting longer than need be, but he was sad all the same at saying goodbye to his friend. There is nothing I can do for you, he said, and his tone was almost wistful. Nothing you can do for me. For someone else, I think so. Very likely. I hope I know what you mean. I have the utmost faith in you, said Mr. Quin. You always know things. You are very quick to observe and to know the meaning of things. You have not changed, I assure you. His hand rested for a moment on Mr. Satterthwaite's shoulder. Then he walked out and proceeded briskly down the village street in the opposite direction to Doverton Kingsbourne. Mr. Satterthwaite got into his car. I hope we shan't have any more trouble, he said. His chauffeur reassured him. It's no distance from here. Sir, 3 or 4 miles at most, and she's running beautifully now. He ran the car a little way along the street and turned where the road widened so as to return the way he had just come. He said again, only 3 or 4 miles. Mr. Satterthwaite said again. Daltonism. It still didn't mean anything to him, but yet he felt it should. It was a word he'd heard used before. Doverton Kingsbourne. Said Mr. Satterthwaite to himself. He said it very softly under his breath. The 2 words still meant to him what they had always meant. A place of joyous reunion. A place where he couldn't get there too quickly. A place where he was going to enjoy himself, even though so many of those whom he had known would not be there any longer. But Tom would be there, his old friend, Tom. And he thought again of the grass and the lake and the river and the things they had done together as boys. Tea was set out upon the lawn. Steps led out from the French windows in the drawing room and down to where a big copper beech at one side and a cedar of Lebanon on the other made the setting for the afternoon scene. There were 2 painted and carved white tables and various garden chairs, upright ones with colored cushions, and lounging ones where you could lean back and stretch your feet out and sleep, if you wished to do so. Some of them had hoods over them to guard you from the sun. It was a beautiful early evening, and the green of the grass was a soft, deep color. The golden light came through the copper beech, and the cedar showed the lines of its beauty against a soft, pinkish golden sky. Tom Addison was waiting for his guest in a long basket chair, his feet up. Mr. Satterthwaite noted with some amusement what he remembered from many other occasions of meeting his host. He had comfortable bedroom slippers suited to his slightly swollen, gouty feet, and the shoes were odd ones, one red and one green. Good old Tom, thought Mr. Satterthwaite. He hasn't changed, just the same. And he thought, what an idiot I am. Of course I know what that word meant. Why didn't I think of it at once? Thought you were never going to turn up, you old devil, said Tom Addison. He was still a handsome old man, a broad face with deep-set, twinkling gray eyes. shoulders that were still square, and gave him a look of power. Every line in his face seemed a line of good humor and of affectionate welcome. He never changes, thought Mr. Satterthwaite. Can't get up to greet you, said Tom Addison. Takes two strong men and a stick to get me on my feet. Eh voy. Now, do you know our little crowd, or don't you? You know Simon, of course. Of course I do. It's a good few years since I've seen you, but you haven't changed much. Squadron leader Simon Gilead was a lean, handsome man with a mop of red hair. Sorry you never came to see us when we were in Kenya. He said, you'd have enjoyed yourself. Lots of things we could have shown you. Ah, well, one can't see what the future may bring. I thought I'd lay my bones in that country. We've got a very nice churchyard here, said Tom Addison. Nobody's ruined our church yet by restoring it, and we haven't very much new building round about, so there's plenty of room in the churchyard still. We haven't had one of these terrible additions of a new intake of graves. What a gloomy conversation you're having, said Beryl Gilead, smiling. These are our boys, she said, but you know them already, don't you, Mr. Satterthwaite? I don't think I'd have known them now, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Indeed, the last time he had seen the two boys was on a day when he had taken them out from their prep school. Although there was no relationship between them, they had had different fathers and mothers, yet the boys could have been, and often were, taken for brothers. They were about the same height, and they both had red hair. Roland, presumably, having inherited it from his father, and Timothy from his auburn-haired mother. There seemed also to be a kind of comradeship between them. Yet really, Mr. Satterthwaite thought, they were very different. The difference was clearer now, when they were, he supposed, between 22 and 25 years old. He could see no resemblance in Roland to his grandfather, nor apart from his red hair did he look like his father. Mr. Satterthwaite had wondered sometimes whether the boy would look like Lily, his dead mother, but there again he could see little resemblance. If anything, Timothy looked more as a son of Lily's might have looked. The fair skin and the high forehead and a delicacy of bone structure. At his elbow, a soft, deep voice said, I'm Inez. I don't expect you remember me. It was quite a long time ago when I saw you. A beautiful girl. Mr. Satterthwaite thought at once. A dark type. He cast his mind back a long way to the days when he had come to be best man at Tom Addison's wedding to Pilar. She showed her Spanish blood, he thought, the carriage of her head, and the dark aristocratic beauty. Her father, Dr. Horton, was standing just behind her. He looked much older than when Mr. Satterthwaite had seen him last. A nice man and kindly, a good general practitioner, unambitious, but reliable and devoted. Mr. Satterthwaite thought, to his daughter. He was obviously immensely proud of her. Mr. Satterthwaite felt an enormous happiness creeping over him. All these people, he thought, although some of them strange to him, it seemed like friends he had already known. The dark, beautiful girl, the two red-haired boys, Beryl Gilead fussing over the tea tray, arranging cups and saucers, beckoning to a maid from the house to bring out cakes and plates of sandwiches. A splendid tea. There were chairs that pulled up to the tables so that you could sit comfortably eating all you wanted to eat. The boys settled themselves, inviting Mr. Satterthwaite to sit between them. He was pleased at that. He had already planned in his own mind that it was the boys he wanted to talk to first, to see how much they recalled to him Tom Addison in the old days. And he thought, Lily, how I wish Lily could be here now. Here he was, thought Mr. Satterthwaite. Here he was back in his boyhood, here where he had come and been welcomed by Tom's father and mother, an aunt or so, too. There had been and a great-uncle and cousins. And now, well, there were not so many in this family, but it was a family. Tom in his bedroom slippers, one red, one green, old, but still merry and happy. Happy in those who were spread round him. And here was Doverton just, or almost just, as it had been. Not quite so well kept up, perhaps, but the lawn was in good condition. And down there, he could see the gleam of the river through the trees, and the trees, too. More trees than there had been, and the house needing, perhaps, another coat of paint, but not too badly. After all, Tom Addison was a rich man, well provided for, owning a large quantity of land. A man with simple tastes who spent enough to keep his place up, but was not a spendthrift in other ways. He seldom traveled or went abroad nowadays, but he entertained. Not big parties, just friends. Friends who came to stay. Friends who usually had some connection, going back into the past. A friendly house, he turned a little in his chair, drawing it away from the table and turning it sideways so that he could see better the view down to the river. Down there was the mill, of course, and beyond the other side there were fields. And in one of the fields, it amused him to see a kind of scarecrow, a dark figure on which birds were settling on the straw. Just for a moment, he thought it looked like Mr. Harley Quin, perhaps, thought Mr. Satterthwaite. It is my friend, Mr. Quin. It was an absurd idea, and yet if someone had piled up the scarecrow and tried to make it look like Mr. Quin, it could have had the sort of slender elegance that was foreign to most scarecrows one saw. "Are you looking at our scarecrow?" said Timothy. "We've got a name for him. You know, we call him Mr. Harley Barley." "Do you indeed?" said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Dear me, I find that very interesting." "Why do you find it interesting?" said Rowley, with some curiosity. "Well, because it rather resembles someone that I know, whose name happens to be Harley. His first name, that is." The boys began singing, "Harley Barley stands on guard. Harley Barley takes things hard. Guards the ricks and guards the hay. Keeps the trespassers away. Cucumber sandwich." Mr. Satterthwaite said, "Beryl Gilead. Or do you prefer a homemade pâté?" One. Mr. Satterthwaite accepted the homemade pâté. She deposited by his side a puce cup, the same color as he had admired in the shop. How gay it looked! All that tea set on the table, yellow, red, blue, green, and all the rest of it. He wondered if each one had their favorite color. Timothy, he noticed, had a red cup. Roland had a yellow one. Beside Timothy's cup was an object Mr. Satterthwaite could not at first identify. Then he saw it was a meerschaum pipe, It was years since Mr. Satterthwaite had thought of or seen a meerschaum pipe. Roland, noticing what he was looking at, said, "Tim brought that back from Germany when he went. He's killing himself with cancer, smoking his pipe all the time. Don't you smoke?" Roland, "No, I'm not one for smoking. I don't smoke cigarettes, and I don't smoke pot either." Inez came to the table and sat down the other side of him. Both the young men pressed food upon her. They started a laughing conversation together. Mr. Satterthwaite felt very happy among these young people. Not that they took very much notice of him, apart from their natural politeness, but he liked hearing them. He liked, too, making up his judgment about them. He thought, he was almost sure, that both the young men were in love with Inez. Well, it was not surprising. Propinquity brings these things about. They had come to live here with their grandfather. A beautiful girl, Roland's first cousin, was living almost next door. Mr. Satterthwaite turned his head. He could just see the house through the trees where it poked up from the road just beyond the front gate. That was the same house that Dr. Horton had lived in last time he came here, 7 or 8 years ago. He looked at Inez. He wondered which of the two young men she preferred, or whether her affections were already engaged elsewhere. There was no reason why she should fall in love with one of these two attractive young specimens of the male race. Having eaten as much as he wanted, it was not very much. Mr. Satterthwaite drew his chair back, altering its angle a little, so that he could look all round him. Mrs. Gilead was still busy, very much the housewife, he thought, making perhaps rather more of a fuss than she need of domesticity, continually offering people cakes, taking their cups away and replenishing them, handing things round. Somehow, he thought, it would be more pleasant and more informal if she let people help themselves. He wished she was not so busy a hostess. He looked up to the place where Tom Addison lay, stretched out in his chair. Tom Addison was also watching Beryl Gilead. Mr. Satterthwaite thought to himself, he doesn't like her. No, Tom doesn't like her. Well, perhaps that's to be expected. After all, Beryl had taken the place of his own daughter, of Simon Gilead's first wife. Lily, my beautiful Lily, thought Mr. Satterthwaite again, and wondered why, for some reason, he felt that although he could not see anyone like her, yet Lily in some strange way was here. She was here at this tea party. I suppose one begins to imagine these things as one gets old, said Mr. Satterthwaite. After all, why shouldn't Lily be here to see her son? He looked affectionately at Timothy, and then suddenly realized that he was not looking at Lily's son. Roland was Lily's son. Timothy was Beryl's son. I believe Lily knows I'm here. I believe she'd like to speak to me, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Oh dear, oh dear. I mustn't start imagining foolish things. For some reason, he looked again at the scarecrow. It didn't look like a scarecrow now. It looked like Mr. Harley Quin. Some tricks of the light, of the sunset, were providing it with color. And there was a black dog like Hermes chasing the birds. Color, said Mr. Satterthwaite, and looked again at the table and the tea set and the people having tea. Why am I here? Said Mr. Satterthwaite to himself. Why am I here? And what ought I to be doing? There's a reason. Now he knew. He felt. There was something, some crisis, something affecting all these people. Or only some of them. Beryl Gilead, Mrs. Gilead. She was nervous about something, on edge. Tom. Nothing wrong with Tom. He wasn't affected. A lucky man to own this beauty, to own Doverton, and to have a grandson, so that when he died, all this would come to Roland. All this would be Roland's. Was Tom hoping that Roland would marry Inez, or would he have a fear of first cousins marrying, though throughout history? Mr. Satterthwaite thought, brothers had married sisters with no ill result. Nothing must happen, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Nothing must happen. I must prevent it. Really? His thoughts were the thoughts of a madman, a peaceful scene, a tea set, the varying colors of the Harlequin cups. He looked at the white meerschaum pipe lying against the red of the cup. Beryl Gilead said something to Timothy. Timothy nodded, got up, and went off towards the house. Beryl removed some empty plates from the table, adjusted a chair or two, murmured something to Roland, who went across and offered a frosted cake to Dr. Horton. Mr. Satterthwaite watched her. He had to watch her. The sweep of her sleeve as she passed the table. He saw a red cup get pushed off the table. It broke on the iron feet of a chair. He heard her little exclamation as she picked up the bits. She went to the tea tray, came back and placed on the table a pale blue cup and saucer. She replaced the meerschaum pipe, putting it close against it. She brought the teapot and poured tea. Then she moved away. The table was untenanted now. Inez also had got up and left it, gone to speak to her grandfather. I don't understand, said Mr. Satterthwaite to himself. Something's going to happen. What's going to happen? A table with different colored cups round. And yes, Timothy, his red hair glowing in the sun. Red hair glowing with that same tint, that attractive sideways wave that Simon Gilead's hair had always had. Timothy, coming back, standing a moment, looking at the table with a slightly puzzled eye, then going to where the meerschaum pipe rested against the pale blue cup. Inez came back then. She laughed suddenly and she said, Timothy, you're drinking your tea out of the wrong cup. The blue cup's mine. Yours is the red one. And Timothy said, don't be silly, Inez. I know my own cup. It's got sugar in it, and you won't like it. Nonsense. This is my cup. The meerschaum's up against it. It came to Mr. Satterthwaite then. A shock. Was he mad? Was he imagining things? Was any of this real? He got up. He walked quickly towards the table, and as Timothy raised the blue cup to his lips, he shouted, Don't drink that, he called. Don't drink it, I say. Timothy turned a surprised face. Mr. Satterthwaite turned his head. Dr. Horton, rather startled, got up from his seat and was coming near. What's the matter? Satterthwaite, that cup. There's something wrong about it, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Don't let the boy drink from it. Horton stared at it. My dear fellow, I know what I'm saying. The red cup was his, said Mr. Satterthwaite. And the red cup's broken. It's been replaced with a blue one. He doesn't know the red from blue, does he, Dr.? Horton looked puzzled. Do you mean like Tom Addison? He's colorblind. You know that, don't you? Oh, yes. Of course. We all know that. That's why he's got odd shoes on today. He never knew red from green. This boy is the same. But, but surely not. Anyway, there's never been any sign of it in Roland. There might be. Though, mightn't there, said Mr. Satterthwaite. I'm right in thinking Daltonism. That's what they call it, don't they? It was a name they used to call it by. Yes, it's not inherited by a female, but it passes through the female. Lily wasn't colorblind, but Lily's son might easily be colorblind. But my dear Satterthwaite, Timothy isn't Lily's son. Roly is Lily's son. I know they're rather alike. Same age. Same colored hair and things. But, well, perhaps you don't remember. No, said Mr. Satterthwaite. I shouldn't have remembered. But I know now. I can see the resemblance, too. Roland's Beryl's son. They were both babies, weren't they? When Simon remarried, it is very easy for a woman looking after two babies, especially if both of them were going to have red hair. Timothy's Lily's son, and Roland is Beryl's son. Beryl's and Christopher Eden's. There is no reason why he should be colorblind. I know it. I tell you, I know it. He saw Dr. Horton's eyes go from one to the other. Timothy, not catching what they said, but standing, holding the blue cup, and looking puzzled. I saw her buy it, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Listen to me. Man, you must listen to me. You've known me for some years. You know that I don't make mistakes if I say a thing positively. Quite true. I've never known you make a mistake. Take that cup away from him, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Take it back to your surgery, or take it to an analytic chemist and find out what's in it. I saw that woman buy that cup. She bought it in the village shop. She knew then that she was going to break a red cup, replace it by a blue, and that Timothy would never know that the colors were different. I think you're mad, Satterthwaite, but all the same I'm going to do what you say. He advanced on the table, stretched out a hand to the blue cup. Do you mind letting me have a look at that, said Dr. Horton. Of course, said Timothy. He looked slightly surprised. I think there's a flaw in the china. Here, you know, rather interesting. Beryl came across the lawn. She came quickly and sharply. What are you doing? What's the matter? What is happening? Nothing's the matter, said Dr. Horton cheerfully. I just want to show the boys a little experiment I'm going to make with a cup of tea. He was looking at her very closely, and he saw the expression of fear, of terror. Mr. Satterthwaite saw the entire change of countenance. Would you like to come with me? Satterthwaite, just a little experiment, you know. A matter of testing porcelain and different qualities in it nowadays. A very interesting discovery was made lately. Chatting. He walked along the grass. Mr. Satterthwaite followed him and the two young men, chatting to each other, followed him. What's the doc up to now? Roly said Timothy. I don't know, said Roland. He seems to have got some very extraordinary ideas. Oh well, we shall hear about it later. I expect. Let's go and get our bikes. Beryl Gilliatt turned abruptly. She retraced her steps rapidly up the lawn towards the house. Tom Addison called to her. "Anything the matter, Beryl?" "Something I'd forgotten," said Beryl Gilliatt. "That's all." Tom Addison looked inquiringly towards Simon Gilliatt. "Anything wrong with your wife?" he said. Beryl: "Oh, no, not that I know of. I expect it's some little thing or other that she's forgotten. Nothing I can do for you." "Beryl," he called. "No, no. I'll be back later." She turned her head half sideways, looking at the old man lying back in the chair. She spoke suddenly and vehemently. "You silly old fool. You've got the wrong shoes on again today. They don't match. Do you know you've got one shoe that's red and one shoe that's green?" "Huh, done it again. Have I said Tom Addison? They look exactly the same color to me. You know, it's odd, isn't it? But there it is." She went past him, her steps quickening. Presently Mr. Satterthwaite and Dr. Horton reached the gate that led out into the roadway. They heard a motor bicycle speeding along. "She's gone," said Dr. Horton. "She's run for it. We ought to have stopped her, I suppose. Do you think she'll come back?" "No," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "I don't think she'll come back." "Perhaps," he said thoughtfully. "It's best left that way." "You mean it's an old house?" said Mr. Satterthwaite. "An old family, a good family. A lot of good people in it. One doesn't want trouble. Scandal. Everything brought upon it. Best to let her go." "I think—" "Tom Addison never liked her," said Dr. Horton. "Never. He was always polite and kind, but he didn't like her. And there's the boy to think of," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "The boy. You mean the other boy, Roland. This way, he needn't know about what his mother was trying to do." "Why did she do it? Why on earth did she do it?" "You've no doubt now that she did," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "No, I've no doubt now. I saw her face, Satterthwaite. When she looked at me, I knew then that what you'd said was truth." "But why greed, I suppose?" said Mr. Satterthwaite. "She hadn't any money of her own, I believe. Her husband, Christopher Eden, was a nice chap, by all accounts, but he hadn't anything in the way of means. But Tom Addison's grandchild has got big money coming to him. A lot of money. Property all around here has appreciated enormously. I've no doubt that Tom Addison will leave the bulk of what he has to his grandson. She wanted it for her own son, and through her own son, of course, for herself. She is a greedy woman." Mr. Satterthwaite turned his head back suddenly. "Something's on fire over there," he said. "Good Lord, so it is. Oh, it's the scarecrow down in the field. Some young chap or others set fire to it, I suppose, but there's nothing to worry about. There are no ricks or anything anywhere near. It'll just burn itself out." "Yes," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Well, you go on, Doctor. You don't need me to help you in your tests. I've no doubt of what I shall find. I don't mean the exact substance, but I have come to your belief that this blue cup holds death." Mr. Satterthwaite had turned back through the gate. He was going now down in the direction where the scarecrow was burning. Behind it was the sunset. A remarkable sunset that evening. Its colors illuminated the air round it, illuminated the burning scarecrow. "So that's the way you've chosen to go," said Mr. Satterthwaite. He looked slightly startled then, for in the neighborhood of the flames he saw the tall, slight figure of a woman dressed in some pale mother-of-pearl coloring. She was walking in the direction of Mr. Satterthwaite. He stopped dead, watching. "Lily," he said, "Lily." He saw her quite plainly now. It was Lily walking towards him, too far away for him to see her face, but he knew very well who it was. Just for a moment or two, he wondered whether anyone else would see her, or whether the sight was only for him. He said, not very loud, only in a whisper, "It's all right. Lily, your son is safe." She stopped then. She raised one hand to her lips. He didn't see her smile, but he knew she was smiling. She kissed her hand and waved it to him, and then she turned. She walked back towards where the scarecrow was disintegrating into a mass of ashes. "She's going away again," said Mr. Satterthwaite to himself. "She's going away with him. They're walking away together. They belong to the same world. Of course, they only come, those sort of people. They only come when it's a case of love or death or both." He wouldn't see Lily again, he supposed, but he wondered how soon he would meet Mr. Quin again. He turned then and went back across the lawn towards the tea table and the Harlequin Tea Set, and beyond that, to his old friend Tom Addison. Beryl wouldn't come back. He was sure of it. Doverton Kingsbourne was safe again. Across the lawn came the small black dog in flying leaps. It came to Mr. Satterthwaite, panting a little and wagging its tail. Through its collar was twisted a scrap of paper. Mr. Satterthwaite stooped and detached it. Smoothing it out on it in colored letters was written a message: "Congratulations to our next meeting 8. Q." "Thank you, Hermes," said Mr. Satterthwaite, and watched the black dog flying across the meadow to rejoin the two figures that he himself knew were there, but could no longer see.